Shouldn't this be full screen?
It is full screen.
Well, I'm still seeing the background. Okay.
Oh, the update, if you look at the top, it's got
Shouldn't
two
this be
tabs
full
now.
screen?
It's got two tabs.
Okay.
All right. And then Mackenzie, whenever you're ready.
Video's not playing. You guys had to pre-play these, eh? So that it
Yeah,
buffered.
they've all been pre-played. Here, Mackenzie, I've got this. Um,
Well, hello, Tim.
Hello, Jonathan. How are you, my friend?
Very good. A full day of LiDAR ahead of us. Looking
Can't wait.
forward to that.
Same here.
Yeah, thank you everybody who's here, who's joining us. We appreciate it very much. I want to right off the bat thank our gold and silver sponsors, ND5 and Zeos. We've got some great presentations from them coming up. We've got a very interesting panel. Um, I'm particularly looking forward to the Solar 2025 talk by Gavin. Um, that it's talking about all the issues with the solar flares. Do you have problems with when you're doing work? Has that become an issue for you, Tim, in things you're
Luckily,
doing?
we haven't encountered a problem, but I too am interested in Gavin's presentation to see the flip side of the beautiful auroras we all got to experience. The downside, especially to this industry, and the potential problems that that activity raises.
Absolutely. Can you tell us a little bit about the panel at the end of the day? What are we going to be talking about? You're moderating that?
Yeah, so we have a mix of government, industry, and so on. And what we want to do is just chat about, what's the current state of activity in Canada around LiDAR? What do these experts in the field see coming down the road in terms of, say, airborne mapping, mobile mapping? What are the opportunities? What's next on the horizon, really. So kind of a state of the art, what's going on now, any news, and then where we see things in the future, opportunities, challenges, things like that.
Excellent. Fantastic. Well, we're up with you first, Tim. You're our keynote, so I'm going to throw it over to you. But before we do that, I'll just explain to everybody how the LiDAR CANEX program works. So we run this like a TV show. So we're all in the one Zoom for the rest of the program. We're going to be having presentations and live Q&As, and then there's going to be short commercial breaks with slides and information. We put together some trivia to try your hand at. I'd love if people have ideas for other trivia questions to send in about LiDAR, please do that. And yeah, just looking forward to the whole day. I will be back at the end of the day. Tim, we're in your capable hands and that of the event team. And I do want to thank the event team, everybody that you don't see behind the scenes. Thank you all so much for doing what you do. We couldn't do it without you. So Tim, I will throw it over to you. I think you just have to share your screen and you'll be good to go.
Thank you, Jonathan, and welcome everyone. Okay, so as Jonathan said, I'll be hosting today, but as well, I thought we would kick things off with a sort of just a quick overview of LiDAR and some observations from the past. I wished I'd have been able to find a few more of the interesting LiDAR point clouds that I've seen through the years, but hopefully some of my comments will be of use and may perhaps set the stage for the rest of the day. So I'm going to kick off my own timer here and make sure I don't go over too much. So I've been working with LiDAR now for, probably over 20 years, 25 years. And just a very broad overview, LiDAR is becoming quite ubiquitous. We range from, for example, airborne LiDAR, in this case, an example of a topobathymetric airborne sensor. Of course, topo LiDAR has been around a long time, since the 90s, perhaps even some prototypes before that. Mobile laser scanning, so mobile mapping units. Here it's on an ATV, but of course we have in the panel Alex from Eagle, who have their sensor on a vehicle. Merging with multi-beam echo sounding, how that laser scanning can go. Of course, terrestrial laser scanning is very popular. Most survey firms have a terrestrial laser scanner now, and more recently we're starting to see drones emerge, both from a topo LiDAR perspective and more recently some topobathy LiDAR developments. Here's my pitch to the community. I'd like to see us stop using the capital LiDAR acronym and go to just LiDAR.
Tim,
Similarly to as we do
sorry,
with.
I got to interrupt you. Somebody in the chat is saying they can't see your screen. Is anybody else? I'm able to see Tim's screen. Is anybody else having problems with seeing Tim's screen? Everybody.
I see a thumbs
it's all
up.
good. It's all good. Okay, sorry
All
for
good,
interrupting. Whoever's having trouble with that, it might be your settings. Okay, sorry, Tim.
No.
Keep going. Rock
No,
on.
that's okay. Alex, good luck with getting that screen up there. I'd like to see us start using LiDAR like we do radar and sonar. We don't capitalize those any longer. However, let's do a quick. What is LiDAR? Light detection and ranging. So we fire a laser pulse. We track the time of that emission of that laser pulse, and we essentially have a receiver that when that pulse reflects back off of a target, we define that time as well. And the range, of course, is the two-way travel time multiplied by the speed of light divided by 2. That gives us our range. Now, what I want you to start thinking about a little bit, and I've tried to draw a couple of returning waveforms down below here. So imagine this is the energy that is coming back from the target. And you'll see they're very different shaped. One is a response that sort of has a broad Gaussian distribution, and I put a line there to say when the time interval meter is going to say, we have now a return. And that could be quite different than a return that has a much sharper, narrower peak. So the reflectivity of the target can sometimes influence the range. Sensors have become much more improved than the early days, but we used to actually see some offsets in the elevation or the range, depending on the reflectivity of the target. Again, just to set the stage for, we're operating in waveforms and waves. And then these get converted into discrete points. Okay, so here's what I want to chat a little bit about. some LiDAR principles are really, we need to sometimes think back to like the type of lasers we're using and what those lasers are doing. And as I mentioned, these variables have improved over the years, but some things I want to chat about today are laser wavelengths that we're using, and that's going to depend on the targets we're trying to survey, the range at which we're trying to survey them with, and of course the medium that we're passing through, whether it be air or air and water, etc. Other factors with the laser include beam divergence. So how much does that laser beam spread as it's transmitted to the target? The laser pulse width. This is something that the end user may not often think about, but this essentially controls the range resolution of the system. So the ability to separate two targets that are sort of being reflected by that pulse. How close can those targets be for us to be able to still resolve them? The laser pulse repetition rate, or the pulse repetition frequency, PRF. And this is essentially how many times can that laser pulse per second. And of course, this influences the point density. And I'm going to show you and talk a little bit about pulse density versus point density. Other factors we're not really going to have a chance to talk about are things like transmit power, eye safety, the receiver optics, signal to noise ratio, and of course, other supporting technologies such as the scan angle mechanism, navigation and positioning, and many of these things ultimately, in addition to the laser, control the absolute accuracy of a LiDAR system. So let's think about wavelengths for a moment. And here we have the classic spectroreflectance curve of water, vegetation, and soil. And we have the old Landsat bands on there. I think I could draw this diagram in my sleep. But what I've superimposed here is the 532 nanometer wavelength, the 1064 nanometer wavelength, and the 550 wavelength. These are very common wavelengths used in LiDAR and laser systems. Some additional ones, 515 nanometers, 865, 905, and then we have our, as mentioned, the other ones. So bathymetric LiDARs are typically operating as green lasers, 515 and 532 nanometers. The standard topographic LiDAR mappers that are out there typically are 1064. Now the terrestrial LiDAR sensors here, 550 and other wavelengths. And these things vary based on things like eye safety concerns, the amount of power, the beam divergence, and of course, the type of wavelength and what we're expecting to hit for a target and what medium we're going through, as mentioned. But those are the common ones. Let's keep going and look something at, for example, beam divergence. On the left shows two different lasers being emitted, and we measure beam divergence in terms of milliradians, okay, an angular measurement. So for example, at 1,000 meter altitude, a 0.3 milliradian laser beam divergence will produce a laser beam footprint diameter of 30 centimeters, whereas a 0.7 milliradian beam divergence at that same altitude will produce a 70 centimeter laser diameter footprint. So the beam divergence is something I always want to know about when I'm looking at new data or new products. I want to understand how far that laser beam has diverged at a given altitude or range. If we go to the top diagram, we're looking here at the scan pattern. The one on the left is sort of the old sawtooth pattern, we used to call it, and typically here you had a mechanical mirror that was directing the laser pulse back and forth, and as the aircraft advanced, we produced the sawtooth pattern. That had some issues because of the mechanical movement and the stop and go of the mirror system. Now we typically see a lot of systems that are in a circular continuous motion pattern here, in this case a circular or elliptical laser scan pattern. Now, the idea of number of returns versus number of pulses. It's important for LiDAR users to remember, for one laser pulse being emitted from the aircraft, you can have multiple returns. Obviously, we might, in this diagram, we have a first return off the top or near the top of the canopy. We have some intermediate returns through the canopy, and then finally a last return at the bottom of the canopy, in the ground in this case. So thinking about pulse density versus point density are two different things, and we need to be aware of that. Now, I promise this will hopefully be one of the last technical slides I want to show, but the idea of the pulse width and the timing between when the laser actually fires and emits its pulse of energy. The range resolution is controlled by the speed of light, the pulse width divided by 2. So on the top right are showing essentially 2 returning pulses that are separated by a time, and they're clearly distinguishable between those 2 pulses. Whereas on the diagram on the top right, we see that those pulses are actually overlapped and therefore may be difficult to discern what is happening there between those 2 targets. And if we come down to the lower left, there's another example here showing on the far left would be 2 pulses that are coming back to the receiver and basically look like one broad Gaussian distribution pulse, so that it's impossible to distinguish the 2 pulses. In the middle diagram, we're starting to see a separation of the 2, but we still, depending on the optics and the time interval meter, may not be able to resolve them. And finally, in example 3, we have 2 distinct returns, so we're able to actually resolve 2 targets at that level. And if we look on the right, here's some examples of pulse width, and the black being 10 nanoseconds, compared to the bottom being the blue being 1 nanosecond. And even though these may all look very similar to you, if you look at the black and you see how broad those pulses are, how wide the wavelength is of the pulse, and then you look down at the blue, you'll see how much narrower they are. So, for example, today, systems that have a pulse width of 2 nanoseconds have a range resolution of 30 centimeters. We used to operate an Optec ALTM system that basically had a dead zone of about 2 meters. We couldn't resolve targets that were within 2 meters of each other at the waveform level and therefore at the point cloud level. So those were important things to think about. Let's now go and just talk briefly about how the point density and as a result the pulse repetition frequency has changed through time. These are some diagrams that I've used through our experience with working with LiDAR back from the 2000 to the early 2004. You'll notice on the left here, diagram A, the original LiDARs we were working with, this was an ALTM system, 5,000 hertz. So the pulse repetition frequency was 5,000 pulses per second. And then, not too long after that, we had 10,000. And then within a few years, 30,000. Eventually, when we had our ALTM 3100, it was capable of 100,000 pulses per second. Today, we're now into the megahertz. We can have systems that can pulse over 1 million points per second, which is quite amazing. And what are the implications of point density versus pulse? So this slide is a little bit complicated. Let's start at the bottom of the slide first. Here I'm showing some of the Nova Scotia provincial data, GeoNova, that was collected by Leading Edge Geomatics. This was collected in 2018 using a Regal topographic LiDAR sensor. And we have some ground control points in white. And we see the point cloud of a cross section here. And I guess what I'm also pointing out on this slide is that the dense shrubbery, the dense reeds and grasses adjacent to this riverbank, the LiDAR is not going to get through to that and get to the ground. Part of that is related to this pulse width idea and being able to resolve targets, and secondly, just the density of that grass. So we can see, for example, we have about a 70 centimeter bias between a DEM produced and compared to the real ground. The DEM is biased too high when we survey in these types of conditions. If we look at the top slide, that shows some data collected from the NSCC sensor, with including a topo and a bathymetric scanner in 2019, and we see the same ground control. We have the same issues of not being able to penetrate as maybe a little farther, but not quite as, but incredible density. And that included both the topographic laser and the bathymetric scanner. And when we look at the bathymetric scanner, there we're a little closer than the GeoNova data to the actual ground truth. And just continuing on that, if we look, for example, in terms of forest metrics, the original data in 2018, very good point density, but in 2019, we were able to surpass that with an incredibly dense point cloud. And if we look at individual trees on the right-hand side, quite a contrast between the original GeoNova data and what the AGRG data could show. And here we have our different GeoNova on the left, the bottom set of slide graphics, the bathymetric scanner only, and the bathymetric and the topographic scanner. And then finally, using these additional synthetic points that don't really have time to talk about today. So LiDARs are everywhere. So we're familiar with airborne LiDARs for mapping topographic. We also have airborne for topobathymetric, terrestrial LiDARs for close range, whether it be indoor or outdoor using tripods, factories, plants, things like this. Mobile mapping, growing technology for mapping municipal infrastructure, typically street furniture, other types of power lines, power poles, etc. We even have satellite LiDARs. We've got some completed missions, being the ICESat and the CATS on the International Space Station. We have some current missions up there listed, and then a few future missions planned as well. So if you're interested in what's happening on the space satellite side, just have a look at some of these things on the internet. Now, more recently, drones are becoming LiDAR equipped. We've seen quite an advancement in topo LiDAR drone mapping in the recent years, and now we're beginning to see topobathy being pushed out into that drone environment. Of course, we hear about LiDAR on autonomous cars, and you can even have LiDAR now on your phone or tablet. So it is becoming quite ubiquitous. There are numerous applications of airborne LiDAR, too many for me to go through today. But forest inventory, corridor mapping, power lines, rail, roads, geological mapping, oil and gas, volume estimates, cut fill, city mapping, a huge effort in Europe looking at digital twins of the city environment and the built environment. Of course, on the natural resource side, watersheds, streams, floodplain mapping, and we're going to hear a talk next from NRCan on how that activity is supported. This is a bit of an old slide, but just showing you the amount of terrestrial laser scanners out there. And I would say now that your traditional survey companies doing land surveying often will have a terrestrial scanner in their inventory for doing work. These model numbers are probably now eclipsed with some newer products. I'm going to talk now a little bit about topobathymetric LiDAR mapping. That's my area of specialty. Here, NSCC owns the Chiroptera 4X system from Leica Geosystems. It's equipped with a near-infrared and a green laser. The green laser on the left, we see the waveform reflected from the sea surface and then eventually the seabed. The near-infrared laser only surveys the land and the water surface. It typically doesn't penetrate the water column. And here, there's two different distinct things with regards to the beam divergence. The near-infrared laser has a narrow beam divergence, whereas the green laser has a wider beam divergence. This is a bit complicated, but it very broadly takes you through, first we plan the flight, then we go out and actually conduct the survey. We have a raw trajectory of the inertial system on the aircraft and the GPS. We process that trajectory using either a real or a virtual base station. Once we have the trajectory processed, the The waveforms can be converted into point clouds, or some systems build the discrete points on the fly. That point cloud can now be exported. We go through a process of classification refinement, and then finally, once we have good classified LiDAR data point clouds, we can build different raster products, do further analysis, including extracting thematic layers from the raster data, and then finally perhaps push that out to web services. So there's kind of a broad scheme of the range of things. And here's an example of a trajectory. You can see where the aircraft on the top right is making its turns, and then you can actually see where it's collecting data, where we have the very tight parallel lines for a given survey. And on the left side just shows an example of where we've been flying. These data need to be updated, but over the past 10 years or so. Just looking at the raster products, so on the far left here we have our elevation data, color-coded from bathymetry in blue up to land in the greens through the reds. We have our LiDAR intensity map showing us the amplitude of that reflected signal. And then often we have an aerial photo captured at the same time. This system has two cameras, an RCD30 60 megapixel camera, and then a quality assurance camera. We'll often do ground truthing, especially when we're looking at mapping the benthic habitat of the seabed to understand what's there so we can relate it to the intensity and the aerial photo. And we can produce a benthic habitat map. Often people are interested in things like submerged aquatic vegetation. We're typically up around the 80 to 90% accuracy range with doing that. I want to just go back to this waveform for a moment. And there's a couple of key things here to note. One, in the bottom diagram, you'll notice that there's a waveform that actually didn't get detected. So there's still research to be done on improved detection of actual real targets in the waveform. Secondly, currently the peak amplitude or the peak intensity is used to produce the intensity points, the intensity values of the point cloud that then can be gridded to a raster. We could also look, and systems are starting to evolve and capture more of this information about the reflected waveform, the area under the curve, the shape of the waveform, kurtosis, these different types of metrics that are associated with the waveform, and sometimes these can provide us more information than simply the peak amplitude of the reflected signal. We can then also normalize by depth. I'll talk about that in a little bit here. Beam divergence, I mentioned this already. In this particular sensor, the topo LiDAR is 1064. It has a 0.5 milliradian beam divergence. Quite different than the Bathy laser, which is 515 green, has a 4 millirad beam divergence. And it has a pulse width of 2.5 nanoseconds, so it can resolve targets within 35 centimeters of each other. So at a typical survey altitude of 400 meters, the topo laser has a 20 centimeter beam diameter footprint, laser footprint, whereas the Bathy laser has a 160 centimeter footprint. Now, with bathymetric LiDARs, it's important to consider the effect of moving that laser pulse moving from air into water. So the speed of light is much slower in water than it is in air. In air, we assume it's a vacuum, but it's slower by about 75% as it moves into water. This change in the speed is actually what causes the refraction angle, so a slight change that's depicted on the diagram there. So we make use of the near-infrared laser to measure that water surface in order to be able to back calculate, knowing where the water surface is and the geometry of the incident beam, the angle of incidence, in order to compensate for the beam divergence and the adjustment in the speed as that system moves, as that pulse moves through the water column. So very important to know the water surface. Here we did a little experiment showing the top profile here shows you the height, the elevation versus the depth. And we have multiple surveys over the years that all line up quite well. And here is one survey where we did not compensate for the diffraction angle or the change in the speed of light. And you see that it gets artificially too deep because it's assuming one speed of light, and it should really be compensated at 25% less. So, and for example, over a 10-meter depth, the error is 2.5 meters, so about a 25% error. So, and of course, that gets progressively worse with more depth. So, important that these things are compensated. Now, let's look at LiDAR intensity. And here I mentioned that we have the RCD30 camera. This shows you all of the intensities that were captured in a scene above the water line. And then once we go into the water, you'll see the signal drops to zero very quickly. If we look at the red band of that camera system, it's not as broad as the near infrared. And we do get a little bit of information in the water. In the green, it's somewhat similar, perhaps an even clearer signal of the green information. And then moving over to the blue, very similar looking to the green. Now, if we compare that to the LiDAR, here we have a very tight set of information on the near infrared laser, and then it stops. No penetration through the water column. And we have a very interesting pattern in the green laser, 515 nanometers. And we broaden that out. We see that there's actually the vegetation forms that cloud in the center, and we have more sand defining that bottom. I'm running out of time here, so I only want to talk briefly here about water clarity and the fact that we need clear water for these bathymetric systems to work. I'll draw your attention to wind speed up here. These light blue bands represent daylight hours. So on day 2, we had wind and a wind event come in and stir the water up. Here we're looking at the solar radiation on the land. Here we're looking at it underwater. And what's important down here, we're also measuring the turbidity. And this red line represents where the turbidity increases. This shows us a series of measurements of light sensors underwater. So you can see before the turbidity event, we had a good response of the light sensors, but when the water got turbid and dirty, as depicted here on the red values, the turbidity, the amount of light reaching these sensors dropped down. And then it managed to rebound when the water cleared up again. And for example, if we were to plot the water depth of these sensors compared to the amount of light, it's an inverse relationship. The deeper the sensor, the less light is getting there. The shallower the sensor, more light is getting there. Now, it's important to understand that light exponentially decays as you move through water. So it exponentially decays with depth. And here's some empirical data of these different sensors plotted, and we can calculate an equation where we're looking at the exponential diffuse attenuation coefficient. This is related to the water column itself, which can change rapidly over time, as I've just demonstrated. Now, when we think of the beam itself, we have this beam divergence issue we talked about. Now, once it starts to go into the water column, that beam starts to scatter and spread out even more before it finally is reflected back out and back up to the target. So one must consider that and think about that. Now, let's look at some practical data. Here is the original LiDAR reflectance or the intensity data, which is a combination on the land of the near-infrared laser and under the water, the seabed captured by the green laser. You can actually see from flight line to flight line. So the first thing we do is tighten that up and normalize that, and that's what we see on the bottom. And you see it can be easily compared with what's going on in the air photo, where there's sand, where there's vegetation. Here's an example of that exponential curve again. And what we've done here is there's the original intensity on the top, the depth on the bottom, and we've sampled along different depths, ideally trying to stay within one cover type like sand. And what we can then do, we can plot that and we can see there's that exponential decay again of the observed intensity at depth. We can develop an inverse model for that and then apply that equation and get a result of what we call depth normalized. So the new intensity is a function of the original intensity and the depth. And here's an example of what the original intensity looked like. These dark areas, they could very well be something reflective like sand, but the fact that they're deeper makes them appear darker because of the loss of the energy. We can compensate for that through this depth normalization. So original and depth normalized. We can actually even apply that same technique if we have the detailed depth to passive data like the aerial photo. So we can see a much more sandy bottom. And with that, we can then make better benthic habitat maps, such in this case of eelgrass. This is what eelgrass actually looks like on the seabed, and there's where we can map it all out, in this case using the LiDAR and the aerial photo. So this has been published in a few papers. These are available. I want to quickly move on to spectral, multispectral LiDAR and the idea of wavelength and intensity. The Optec Titan was a full 3-band wavelength system, 532, 1064, and 550, those wavelengths we talked about. And there's a composite image on the right showing that. We've done something similar with our 2 bands. There's the green reflected laser pulse, a little saturated. There's the near infrared. And we've simply then done a ratio of the green over the near infrared. And we can then project those into the red gun, the green, and the blue to come up with this composite image. So now we're actually seeing different colors representing different cover types that the LiDAR is picking up. And if we go in and look a little closer here, we see the roads in yellow. The power lines are really showing up, and that's partly because of the wide beam divergence of the green laser. Picks up that power line very well, in fact, better than the topo laser. A couple of other things regarding how the beam spreads out in the water, and I'm going to move along here. We did an experiment where we put cubes down, 1 meter by 1 meter cubes at different depths and painted them different colors and looked at those effects. Essentially, the long and the short of it is the deeper an object is, the bigger it appears. So for example, if you look on the lower right here, we see that at 3 meters depth, that cube appeared to be about 1.6 meters across, and we know it's 1 meter. And if we move the cube even deeper to 5 meters depth, the cube appears a little larger. This is because the beam is fanning out when it goes underwater, and part of that beam will catch that edge of that cube or the top of the cube and come back and appear to be larger when it builds the actual point cloud. So these are things to always consider. Here is a last slide on the recent push for topobathy LiDAR and drones. Now, Regal have had their VQ840GL for a while. It's a green-only laser. It's greater than 10 kilograms. Then we have Lightwave has their Edge sensor. It's about 5 kilograms, green-only laser as well. There's a new one on the market called TDT-Dot Green from Amuse Oneself, and it's a little lighter, 3.6 kilograms. Yellow Scan has recently announced the Navigator, and it's green only as well, 3.7 without battery. So a couple of comments I'll make on these. My colleagues at College of the North Atlantic have the Lightwave Edge sensor, and they've had quite a few issues with it. So sometimes being the early adopter, you unfortunately have to pay the price as the technology evolves. So undoubtedly, as these systems evolve, they'll become better, more efficient, and hopefully lighter. You need a large drone in order to fly these topobathy LiDAR sensors because of their weight. And the other challenge with bathymetric LiDAR is you require more power than you do with a typical topo laser. So as a result, the increased weight, the bigger drones. And the other thing I notice here is so far we do not have any infrared lasers for the water detection. Now, mostly these are for doing fairly shallow water surveys because of these power issues I discussed. So as this evolves, if we start getting into deeper water, we definitely really want to tighten up that water surface issue. It's going to be interesting, and I definitely want to follow this and keep abreast of that technology. So I want to wrap up. Think always about the laser properties when you're thinking about this stuff. Wavelength, beam divergence, pulse width, pulse repetition frequency. All of these have an impact on what that point cloud is actually measuring and the accuracy and the precision of it. Point density is rising. Obviously, just like computers, we're getting higher point density. Pulse width is shrinking, so we're making the systems more precise. Wavelength and beam divergence still affect the target detection. Did not discuss things like navigation, virtual GNSS, IMU miniaturization, but these are all great things for our industry. It's now available on phones, ubiquitous. When we were mapping the water, we need to consider the light, change in the light. So I'll wrap it up there, and I'll now go and see if we have any Q&A questions. I'll stop sharing my screen.
Hey, Tim, I've got a question for you.
Yes.
Just get things started. So everybody, yeah, there's a Q&A tool at the bottom. So if you have questions, please use the Q&A tool. Taking my advantage of the microphone though for mine. Tim, can you tell us about what's currently the most interesting project that you're doing in LiDAR with the AGRG or one of your team members is doing? Can you tell us a little bit about what's going on there?
Sure. So we mapped Sable Island this year, which was quite interesting. And even at flying at a high altitude for a topo LiDAR survey, an aerial photo, we were actually getting bathymetric returns, which is quite interesting because normally we're flying at a much higher higher altitude or a lower altitude to get bathymetric returns. So that was kind of interesting and neat. One thing that we're doing lately, and I presented this at the different Go Geomatics events, is really starting to map rivers. And I'm sure our colleagues at NRCan will talk about mapping rivers for improved flood mapping projects. And I know NV5 and Sven have done some really great work mapping rivers for flood mapping support. We've actually been doing research looking at things like fish habitat and fish passage with the bathymetric LiDAR, giving us time of flight water depth maps. And then from that, using it to do hydrodynamic modeling to simulate, say, drought conditions when that water level is going to get lower in the river. Because a river's on a gradient, you need to induce a hydrodynamic model as opposed to more simpler GIS bathtub approaches. So that's an area that has us very interested now, and we're working with some First Nations groups, and they're really the boots on the ground trying to restore some of these rivers for improved fish habitat like the Atlantic salmon, which is an endangered species. So that's one area that's of interest to us. Of course, we're pushing the boundaries on drones with the Ultim multispectral scanner linked in with the DJI L2 and the thermal sensors as well. So it's quite exciting on the drone front as well.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Tim. So we're well into our break. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go to the break, go to commercial, and then we're going to be back fairly shortly for the next talk. Oh, we have a Q&A. One question.
Oh, did we, Steve? Ben. Okay. Did you build those white cubes for the underwater? And yes, we did build those. They're essentially, we built a few of them ourselves, and then we had a contractor build them to that 1 meter specification. They're built with wire mesh And to make them solid, we put sort of building wrap, Tyvek as an example, around them and either painted it white or painted it green, and of course had to cut some slits. Otherwise, they would be floating cubes, and we wanted to sink them. So, great question.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. We'll go to the video. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, everyone.
NV5 Geospatial is a full-services geospatial firm. We do everything from data collection via remote sensing technology, as well as data processing, data analysis, scientific interpretation, and software visualization. Our geospatial data helps our clients answer the questions of where, how much, and should I be worried about it? The acquisition of remote sensing data comes in many forms, such as photo imagery, thermal infrared imaging, hyperspectral imaging. We also collect Lidar, which is laser-derived data points in three-dimensional space. Once we process data to a point that we can work with it, we deploy a suite of analytics. Sometimes we're looking at one location over time to see how it might change. Sometimes we're able to look at millions of assets at once and feed that into a machine learning environment. Because a human eye can't see a million locations all at one time, this computer can recognize patterns that aren't available to the human eye and see things that we can't. That type of information is very powerful for our customers. Using the geospatial data, we develop advanced analytics that inform the client so they may understand what's going on and then prioritize and strategize an optimal course of action. This type of geospatial innovation allows us to solve problems for our clients that were either too expensive for them to address, too time-consuming to carry out, or wasn't even previously possible. NV5 Geospatial can solve a wide variety of problems with our analytics. Everything from quantifying water usage, identifying habitat for endangered species, managing operations of the electrical grid, supporting infrastructure and urban planning, assessing risk of floods, landslides, wildfires, and coastal resiliency. NV5 Geospatial works on a large variety of projects, very small, discrete areas to large tracts of land. We might map entire states on occasion. The complexity of the projects also varies quite a bit. Sometimes we're just delivering data because the client has their own scientists and experts that want to work with it. Other times we're taking the data and doing a lot of the analytics and distilling it down and then delivering specific solutions to our clients. We become very good at developing analytical tools that are visually appealing and easy for users to interact with, so that the content is available to them at the moments when they need it the most. NV5 Geospatial is focused on bringing advances in cloud computing, machine vision and machine learning, advances in sensor technology, different platforms such as robots and drones, and integrating all of these to solve problems that have either not been solved before or solve them in a way that is faster, more efficient, and more effective. We're at our best when we have an open engagement with our customer and we understand the problems that they're trying to solve, whether those be regulatory, operational, or financial. What makes us stand out is our innovation of technology and methodology, our subject matter expertise, and our overall passion for the work we do. One of the defining traits of our entire organization has been our ability to try new things, our ability to sometimes even solve old problems using new technologies that allow us to produce the highest quality information.
Hello everybody, my name is David Bélanger and I'm the project manager for the National Elevation Data Strategy. I'm very pleased to be here at Lidar CANEX and I wish you an excellent conference. Today I will be presenting with my colleague Charles Papasadoro, who leads the activities related to Lidar and science on our team. We both work for NRCan's Canada Centre for Mapping and Earth Observation. It is the Government of Canada's Centre of Excellence in Geomatics and also in remote sensing. Our organization provides, among other things, the digital topographic representation of the country, including, for sure, elevation data. Charles and I are located in Sherbrooke, and today I would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather is the traditional and unceded territory of Abenaki people and the Wabanaki Confederacy. The presentation will be divided into parts. I will begin by presenting a reminder of the strategy, the flood context in our country, and the flood hazard identification and mapping program we have at NRCan. Charles will present the benefits of using airborne LiDAR data for flood mapping. This slide explains why the National Elevation Data Strategy was created. First of all, there was a need for high-resolution, accurate, and up-to-date elevation data. In fact, before the strategy, 2 national medium-resolution elevation products were available. However, their resolution did not always meet needs, and the data could be very out of date. There is a need for nationally consistent and seamless elevation products to enable analysis across our country. As the country is vast, a national collaborative approach is essential to share existing data as well as coordinate our efforts in acquiring new data. Elevation data is a critical foundational data that supports many federal government priorities. Finally, many modern applications require high resolution and accurate elevation data. You can find a few examples on the right side of the slide, including the flood mapping, our main topic today. So what is the National Elevation Data Strategy? We created the strategy in 2015, so this year marks the 10th anniversary. The objective is simple, is to make accurate, high-resolution, authoritative, and accessible elevation data available to Canadians in support of government priorities through, for sure, collaboration with multiple partners. To make this possible, we created an acquisition vision for the country. This is what you can see on the left. So we want to use most appropriate sources based on the needs to increase the high resolution elevation coverage. In fact, we divided the country into parts. We use the end of the productive forest line for the separation. This line is approximate and we will move the line according to the needs. Essentially, we use LiDAR in the certain part of the country, I mean south of the productive forest, and autocorrelation of satellite imagery or other sources for the northern part. It's a general plan, and it's also possible to acquire LiDAR data in the north for forest inventories or along infrastructures. To implement the strategy, we are a dedicated team of experts and technicians, and here you can see the role we play. We provide leadership and expertise in elevation data in the country. We establish and manage topographic and topobathymetric LiDAR contracts and ensure the quality control. The collaboration is key, so we are in touch with all provinces and territories to collaborate on LiDAR acquisitions and share acquisition costs where possible, depending on the program we have in place. And finally, we generate and disseminate elevation products. We have now 5 open products as part of the strategy. We have the point clouds. This product contains the LiDAR point cloud datasets acquired so far by us, by NRCan, and certain partners. We have the high resolution digital elevation model. This is what we call the HRDM. Essentially, the data includes digital terrain model, digital surface model, and other derived data at 1 meter or 2 meters resolution. The data is distributed by acquisition project. We have the HRDM mosaic. So unlike the HRDM product distributed by acquisition project, the HRDM mosaic is created to provide a single and continuous representation of the data. We have the medium resolution digital elevation model. It's a new product at 30 meters resolution we launched last fall, and it is very popular. It incorporates recent and accurate elevation data from Copernicus digital elevation model that we call GLOW 30 and LiDAR derived HRDM. It includes digital terrain model, digital surface model, and also derived products for the entire country. And finally, we have the automatically extracted buildings, so building footprints generated from LiDAR. the LiDAR data integrated in the strategy with an height attribute. This slide shows the current status of the high-resolution data coverage within the strategy. The green polygons represent LiDAR data that we have already integrated into our strategy. So we have now 1.6 million of square kilometers into our products. What is interesting to say is that even if we have a partial coverage of LiDAR, 93% of the population lives within the region covered by HRDM. The red polygon is the data in progress at NRCan, so our current contracts. And the yellow polygons are the data acquired or in progress by provinces or in territories that have not been integrated. We integrate the data gradually according to our priorities and capabilities. By 2028, we estimate that over 3 million of square kilometers of LiDAR data will have been acquired and available in the country. In blue, you can see the Canadian Arctic, that the Canadian Arctic is available at 2 meters resolution. And finally, we have the over 12.9 million of building footprints generated from LiDAR. At NRCan, our priority is to provide LiDAR to support the creation of flood maps. And in this presentation, I would like to mention that when we refer to flood maps or flood mapping, it's related to flood hazard maps. So this type of maps shows the extent and depth of floods across various scenarios, typically based on different return periods. As many of you know, there is an important need for flood information in Canada since that flooding is the most common and costly natural disaster. Recent studies conducted by our colleagues at Public Safety Canada estimate that the residential flood risk in Canada is $2.9 billion per year. Unfortunately, many Canadians are unaware of their exposure to flood risks. Other recent studies show that only 6% of Canadians living in flood-prone areas are aware of the high risk they face, which is really concerning. Despite various efforts, many communities don't have access to up-to-date flood maps. We have created the product flood map inventory. This inventory compiles flood maps for a variety of sources, and of the 643 existing maps we compiled last year, only 60% were accessible to the public. The chart you can see here shows that many of these maps were not up to date. Some of them were created in the 70s. In Canada, the provinces and territories are responsible for flood mapping and establishing their own regulatory framework. They play an essential role, including identifying priorities of high-risk areas, implementing flood mapping projects, and disseminating results, for example, the flood maps. The approach of the 13 provinces and territories varies, and in many cases, responsibility for flood mapping is also delegated to municipalities or watershed organizations. On the federal side, the federal government often provides additional funding to advance flood mapping, increase coverage, and offer technical guidance and support for flood mapping activities. You can see these programs over the years here. And at NRCan, we are currently leading the flood hazard identification and mapping program that we generally call the FIMP program, which I would like to introduce to you. There are three main objectives supported by this FIMP program. First of all, completing work with provinces and territories to develop flood maps for high-risk areas, advancing work to complete flood mapping nationwide, and supporting the development of a portal to provide centralized access to information of flood risks. The FIMP program was launched in 2021, initially planned for 3 years, with a total funding of $63 million. In 2022, 2023, the program was renewed for a further 4 years until 2028 with an additional funding of 162 million. So to implement the strategy, we work closely with our provincial and territorial partners, indigenous communities, and other organizations to complete that work. The program is led by us, so NRCan, with the support from two other departments, so Environment and Climate Change Canada and Public Safety Canada. The projects are cost share on a 50-50 basis with the provinces and a 75 and 25 basis with the territories. As a result, that the federal government covers 75% of the cost for the territories. The program is built on shared expertise, including that of two federal departments for Indigenous engagement. This morning, I don't want to go into detail on all activities funded by the program, as there are many. You can see the type of activities funded in the circle on the right side of the slide, from the data acquisition to the data assimilation. This obviously includes a large amount of LiDAR data acquisition. If you would like to find out more about the program, you can visit the website. Just type FIMP in Google and you will find our webpage presence. The program is progressing very well, and we have agreements with all provinces and territories. Since 2021, more than 300 flood mapping related projects have received funding from FIMP, including 60 LiDAR acquisition projects. The map here shows the LiDAR projects under FIMP over the last 4 years, covering 255,000 square kilometers of topographic LiDAR and more than 2,000 linear kilometers of topobathymetric LiDAR. All the data is being gradually added to the National Elevation Data Strategy product I presented earlier. Now I will give the floor to Charles for the next part of the presentation.
Hi everyone, my name is Charles Papasodoro. I'm the team lead for the National Elevation Data Strategy, and today I'll be presenting the second portion of the presentation. So now let's discuss a bit more in detail what are the benefits of airborne LiDAR data for flood mapping. This slide provides a theoretical overview of the flood model physical principles and the different inputs of it. First, the model needs information about the simplified hydrology, for instance, precipitation, HDF curve, runoff infiltration, historical flow, etc. Then it needs the hydraulics information to allow the representation of flow and volume on terrain and bathymetry. Depending on the modeling approach, these representations can be either 1D, 1D, 2D, or 2D. That's why good topographic LiDAR data is key for flood modeling, and same goes for bathymetry. The more accurate flood models typically have good spatial resolutions from 1 to 10 meters, for instance, and variable processing time. And of course, these models can be approximated or simplified at different stages, and this will have an impact on the uncertainty of the model. So that's, in a nutshell, the big picture of flood model principles. Airborne topo LiDAR data is considered a key baseline of modern flood modeling approaches. The digital terrain models obtained through topographic LiDAR can be combined with bathymetry data in order to generate a seamless topographic and bathymetric DM of the whole floodplain. Bathymetry can be collected in various ways, for example through transects, single beam or multi-beam echo-sounders, and even topobathy LiDAR, which I'll touch upon in a couple of slides. So that seamless DEM, regardless of how it's generated, is a key input for 1D, 2D, or 2D hydraulic flood models in combination with other data such as historical weather data, water flow, and so on and so forth. Let's focus now on the topographic side of things. When it comes to the LiDAR technology itself, it definitely has some advantages over other technologies such as photogrammetric or interferometric DMs. The two main advantages are the following. For one, the LiDAR signal is able to penetrate the canopy in order to obtain an accurate relief representation below canopy. Secondly, it has very high accuracy capabilities, down to better than 10 centimeters or even 5 centimeters vertical RMSE in non-vegetated areas. Because of that, and depending on the LiDAR pulse density, topographic DTMs with a resolution of 50 centimeters or 1 meter can be generated, and with very high accuracy. When the objective of a LiDAR acquisition is flood mapping, it is generally recommended to optimize the specifications in order to maximize the quality of the ground representation. This often means aiming for leaf-off acquisitions, low water levels for good bank representation, high pulse density, higher accuracy, and sometimes even higher swath overlap. To define the whole set of acquisition specifications, we recommend following the Federal LiDAR Data Acquisition Guideline, more specifically the annex on flood mapping. Through the FIMP, over 240 flood mapping projects across the country are relying on accurate and current LiDAR data, and the number of projects will continue to increase in future years. Here are just a few examples. Detailed engineering flood hazard maps are typically produced at the highest level of detail. They have the best accuracy, but they also are resource intensive. Because of that, and because of Canada being so vast, other flood modeling approaches are aimed to increase the hazard mapping coverage across the country. Different levels and scales of analysis can be leveraged to complete and maintain flood mapping coverage. In this example here, you can see how detailed engineering can be designed in a complementary manner to regional flood modeling. Flood maps that are created from the various methods can match various use cases, whether it's bylaws and regulations, land use planning, public awareness, and so on and so forth. In our flood mapping program, regional flood modeling is expected to bridge the gap between more global or national flood models and the local flood engineered modeling. By regional modeling here, we mean modeling at the watershed or multi-watershed levels. We are currently carrying out a national feasibility study to support the implementation of regional flood modeling in the country via a contract with KGS and DHI. The level of implementation varies in the country. 3 provinces already have near complete regional coverage, that is Quebec, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island. There are multiple regional modeling approaches, but all of them rely on accurate and current topographic LiDAR data, ideally. If not available, medium resolution DEM can be used, but with coarser accuracy. Quebec is at the forefront of regional flood modeling. They are currently using a province-wide approach that combines regional and detailed flood modeling according to the level of exposure to flooding. This includes about 50 watersheds and about 7,800 linear kilometers of watercourses. For the regional modeling approach, they are using a series of large-scale 2D flood models in which they use topographic LiDAR to approximate the river's bathymetry. Simply put, they combine the measured height of water and the precise date of acquisition, all based on topo LiDAR, with the water discharge obtained from hydrological model. Using the classical Manning's equation, they're able to estimate the bathymetry in a sufficient manner. This approach allows modeling large regions with high accuracy for this scale, and flood modeling outputs are used for forecasting and regulatory purposes. So that's another example of how topographic LiDAR is leveraged for flood mapping. Now let's dive into the TopoBATI LiDAR side of things. TopoBATI LiDAR, or TBL, is considered another tool in the toolkit for generating seamless TopoBATI DMs in both coastal and riverine environments. In coastal regions, TBL is a good complement to multi-beam sonar for shallower and less accessible areas, and shallow water bathymetry is essential for modeling storm surge events and waves. In rivers, TBL will generally provide a decent riverbed coverage, and if gaps are present in the deeper portions, they can be filled in if necessary using other technologies such as sonar, hydroball, and so on. The success of a TBL acquisition is highly dependent on water clarity and a few other environmental parameters, such as the color of the bottom, the average water depth, etc., etc. The price of TBL is typically more expensive than Topo LiDAR, which emphasizes the importance of a proper project planning. When planning a TBL project, mitigation actions are important. Something that we always recommend before launching a TBL acquisition project, especially for riverine environments, is to pre-analyze the typical river conditions. By that, we mean analyzing the typical water clarity, either by Earth observations or stations, the average estimated depth, the riverbed type, and so on and so forth. This will provide a better understanding of the risks associated with a TBL acquisition and ultimately a go or no-go for a project. During a TBL contract, the more uncertain regions can be tested first using recognition flights on sample test regions distributed across the river to see if it performs well before deciding whether the whole river should be collected. Water clarity monitoring during the acquisition is also crucial in order to determine the optimal conditions for the acquisition. There should also be a requirement that no rain events should have occurred prior to the acquisitions, as this will have a very significant impact on water clarity. These are all mitigation actions that we implemented in our most recent Topobati LiDAR contracts and has proved to be very useful. With all this being said, something to keep in mind is that TBL may not be ideal for all rivers in Canada. It's always a question of managing expectation and risks. If a TBL project is successful, it provides valuable data for flood mapping. Finally, a few thoughts to go. We will for sure continue our collaboration work with multiple partners across the country to increase the coverage of high resolution elevation data in Canada, focusing on areas with the most risk of flooding first. We also work closely with our colleagues from the Canadian Hydrospatial Network to update the hydro layers using our high resolution elevation data. We also actively work on the AI system for the classification of point clouds. This is still a work in progress, but it has very, very good potential to speed up the execution of a LiDAR project in the next few years. In terms of elevation product, it's also our intention in the future to create a new Topobati DM, as well as to enhance the HRDM in the north using the latest version of Arctic DM 4.1. And finally, we will keep participating to the efforts of standardizing the federal LiDAR data acquisition guideline. More information to come on that in the next few months. I conclude by showing you a quick example of our national elevation products, the HRDM for that instance, on which we overlap the output of a flood model, LiDAR-derived buildings, as well as Canadian Hydrospatial Network layers, and the roads derived by GeoAI. That's an example here for a portion of Southwest Miramichi River. It's a great example showing the high synergy between the numerous Enercan products. Thank you for your attention and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, David and Charles. That was a very interesting talk. Very well done.
Thank you,
Let's
Tim.
see if, yeah, great. I don't see any questions popped up in the chat right at the moment. Maybe I'll kick us off with a couple. I wanted to, I appreciated your comment regarding, the preference should be leaf off conditions, low water. I'm just wondering if you have a preference, whether that would be a spring acquisition or a fall acquisition. Any comments on there?
You want to go, Charles?
I can
More
try
technical.
something. Yeah, of course. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes, of course. All right. We try to leverage both, basically because if you want to just leverage one season, it can take a couple of years before having the whole region collected. Typically, it's pretty common to have to need the two seasons to collect the whole area of interest. basically because we're in the range of a wide area like LiDAR acquisition, typically from like 4,000, 5,000 to 10,000 square kilometers. So that you need sometimes both seasons. In terms of, the advantage of each, typically what we see is water levels are a bit higher during spring. So we try to wait before water level have begun to decrease at levels that are, similar to what we would see in the fall, where it's typically a bit lower. It's not true everywhere, but that's the typical conditions we see.
It's often, a question of risk mitigation. We are trying to finalize a product, an acquisition during a season. It's also possible to have leaf-on condition, depends on the area. Sometimes we, for example, in Newfoundland, we authorize the acquisition during the summer because there is they don't have a lot of significant vegetation, so it's also possible to acquire LiDAR during the summer.
Yeah,
And
maybe just add one comment there regarding, I often found, not considering the water level issue quite as much, but the spring acquisition has the advantage of the shrubbery and so forth, typically is very low to the ground because of the snowpack. Whereas in the fall, if you have sort of shrubs, grasses, etc., they may die off, but they're still tall and will influence that LiDAR return. But the fact that we have so many gauged rivers now, I really appreciate the comment Charles made as far as monitoring the water level to then decide when to pull the trigger.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what makes it really challenging is that you can have different contexts across Canada. Every rivers are not the same. You can have rivers with a lot of vegetation, surrounding the river. Sometimes in the prairies, for instance, it might not be the case. And like David said, you also have, in some instance, when we decide to go also with leaf-on acquisitions is when there's no significant, deciduous forest or trees in those regions. That doesn't make sense, or at least it's not advantageous to go leaf off in these conditions, because it will provide similar results during summer, and it decreases the risks, as David said.
Right. I see we have a couple of questions. Do you folks see those in your Q&A box?
I do see one regarding deep learning methods.
No, that's in the chat. I'm gonna move that
sorry.
question into the Q&A box.
Do you mean the question related to BC?
Yeah.
Yes. So that's the first one. Would you like me to read that question out, or?
Yeah, I can see it. Regarding the specifications for the GeoBC LiDAR program, yeah, they are aligned with what we typically see for flood mapping, less than 10 centimeter accuracy. That's sometimes it can be 5 centimeters, and it depends on the multiple things, but it's some provinces prefer to go with 5 centimeters for higher risk areas, but at least 10 centimeter is a very good, no, I wouldn't say minimum, but yeah, it can be considered a minimum. Yeah.
John's just mentioned to me that maybe not everybody sees those Q&A questions. So I guess the last part was, given the goal of achieving 10 centimeter accuracy DTM with less, better than 10 centimeters, are there other specifications or considerations are important regarding LiDAR acquisition, in addition to what you've already mentioned?
Well, you have the pulse density. In higher risk areas, what we typically recommend is at least 6 to 8 pulses per square meters. It can be even higher than that. Yeah. That would be the minimum. In urban areas, what we typically recommend also, just to have to decrease the effect of occlusion from buildings and these type of things, we recommend at least 50% swath overlap just to have, you know, multiple passes everywhere. So that's something we see often too.
No, that's great. That's
I
great.
just wanted to mention that BC is a great program. They will significantly increase the coverage of LiDAR over the country. So it's something interesting for the strategy, because our intention is also to increase our high resolution HREM products and the products we have in place at American with this data. We are in touch with them, just to let you know. When they started the program, we met them in Victoria. So it's always interesting to see that the province is reactive.
Right. This is an anonymous attendee. Is the government hiring research specialists? And do you have any opportunities available right now? Any advice on how to apply?
Go ahead, David.
We don't have any opportunity. We have LiDAR specialists. In fact, we hire some LiDAR specialists a couple of years ago. And if they want to apply for a job submission, you can reach the website. We have a specific website. Just type on Google job at Government of Canada. You will find the site easily.
Great. We have another question here from Daniel. It was a good presentation. Thank you. I would like to know about the software that maybe they consider the most appropriate in terms of the use of the platform or the complexity of the data needed. For example, sometimes a quick analysis without much field data is required for an early warning. So I'm wondering if this is getting at, the regional modeling approach versus the detailed engineering approach.
If it's related to the software used for everything related to flood modeling and these type of things, we are not expert. David and myself, we're not experts at this. We know that there's HECRAS and these type of things. We're aware of these softwares, but I wouldn't be the appropriate person to provide software names and these type of things. But I mean, for our data, like in a generic manner, we try to provide our LiDAR point clouds and the DEMs in a following the open source stack, like say mindset. So there's the stack catalog that we are aiming for more and more in recent months, and you'll see more of that in the next couple of years. But also the cloud optimized point cloud, the COPC, for our LiDAR point cloud product. So these are the type of things or product or technology that we're leveraging. So it's very easy to use software such as QGIS to read all of this data all at once, point clouds and DMs, even the new capacity of QGIS have evolved a lot relating to for everything point cloud. So that's something that's very interesting. I hope it provides a good overview.
Okay, we have two other questions here. One, is the building data set open source? And if so, where can it be downloaded and what's the format available? And lastly, what is the license? Can it be used for commercial purposes?
Yes, go ahead, David.
Well, just to say that all products we produce at American are open, including the building footprints. You can go to Open Maps or geo.ca to download the data. That the name of the product is automatically extracted building, so you should find easily the product on the websites. And about the license, it's a very flexible license. It's the open government license we use always, so you can use it for commercial purposes as well.
Very good. Great. Last question that I see here from Kevin McGuigan, specifically to Charles. Do you have any comment on what deep learning tools which may be useful? Are you currently using open source methods like PointCNN or PointNet? Are the models you're exploring closed source? I'm not sure if that's specifically related to, say, the building footprints or other analysis perhaps you're doing that you've not had a chance to present. And I apologize if we're jumping into some panel discussion for you.
Oh, that's fine. Yes, I'm not sure if these are the exact models that are being used, but we have a team in our organization which is really working on AI new platforms and systems and models. And one of the work that they're working on is the classification of LiDAR point clouds through AI. And might be mistaken, but I've heard point net at some point, so it might be that one, but I'm not 100% sure. But it's there's work on that front on our side, because it could have very good advantage for our national elevation data strategy, dealing with all of the LiDAR that we receive each year, and we generate, disseminate all the DMs and point clouds. It's a lot of data.
Yeah.
You need resource. It's resource intensive. So new ways to make it easier and faster in the future. This is the type of things that we are investigating more and more through these type of models.
Just maybe a quick follow-up on that. Do you know how much sort of extra cleanup has to take place, if any, on the building footprints? You know, I've seen building footprints derived sometimes that are sort of trapezoidal in shape and not rectangular, right-angled like reality. I'm just wondering your comment about how well the building footprints derived from the LiDAR are conforming to that, and whether there's a human set of eyes that goes over those data before they're released.
There is well, it's a very good question, actually. I don't think we'll ever be at 100% accuracy. We have to accept a certain percent of buildings at some point that are maybe a bit off or have wrong footprints, but we try to avoid that as much as we can. A lot of the extraction of building footprint is highly based on, or is highly linked to how well the classification of the building was done at first. So that's one thing. And the denser the denser the point cloud, the more it helps as well. So it all impacts. And what makes it a bit, I think, challenging in the country when it comes to deriving building from LiDAR is that it's in the country, it's like the acquisitions of LiDAR acquisitions in the country are very, multi-organizations. It can be done with multiple different specs, multiple density, these type of heterogeneity. So having a system that's allowing, or that's capable of extracting seamless or uniform and standard buildings in the end, that what makes it, I think, a bit more difficult. But I think it's the system is pretty good nowadays, and we continue to help to increase the accuracy of our models.
I was just going to say, on that topic, Nadine had a follow-up. How accurate is the automatic extraction of building data, especially those challenging areas like where buildings are surrounded by vegetation? So do you have a sort of ballpark feel for the accuracy?
If I'm not mistaken, David, I think we're stating 1 or 2 meters accuracy horizontally. That's what I remember at the top of my head.
I don't remember, but we have an article published on the quality assurance. I just want also to add that we have added an attribute on the buildings for the quality. So according to the leaf condition, the density, and the presence of the classification of buildings, we establish a certain level of quality.
Oh, very good. Very good. Excellent. Well, I do not see any other questions. I think you gentlemen did a great job of answering those, and very nice presentation. Very much enjoyed. I'm sure the audience did as well. And Charles, I guess we'll look forward to chatting with you further in the panel. David, thank you. Great seeing you.
Thank you very much for hosting the presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, Tim.
On to the
Talk to
next.
you later.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Next.
Bye.
Now to the commercial break.
Good morning, Lidar CANEX. Hope everyone's enjoying the event so far. I'm Sven Cowan and I'm the Canada Program Manager at NV5. Please forgive the punny title of my presentation, but it'll make more sense in a minute. Hopefully we got your attention at least, and thanks for your attendance. Today I'll be talking about some of our NV5 sensor platform innovations and how they might be able to support some of your projects and applications. Here's the agenda that I plan to cover today. I'll start with a quick overview of NV5 and what we do. There's been a lot of change over the past year at NV5, and we've grown quite a bit. Next, we'll get into our class system, which is our topographic LiDAR and imagery solution that we can use for corridors and pipelines. Then we'll learn about BLAST, which is our topobathymetric LiDAR solution that we are using for some of our more complex bathymetric LiDAR survey projects. Finally, we'll do a wrap-up of the presentation, and we'll end with a live Q&A. NV5 is the nexus of engineering and technology. We use innovation to deliver precise and reliable solutions to global challenges. We're just over 4,000 people working in over 100 offices worldwide, and I'm based in our Vancouver, BC location. NV5 focuses primarily in three main business areas. First, we have infrastructure, where we have a broad suite of civil engineering design, surveying, and inspection services for critical infrastructure such as transportation and water resources. Next, there's buildings and technology, where we optimize building performance with advanced technology solutions, from designing resilient data centers to enhancing efficiency and clean energy adoption from design to commissioning. And finally, geospatial. We're the most comprehensive provider of geospatial software and services, from data acquisition to analytics to answers to solve mission-critical challenges. Focusing on our geospatial group, we're just over 1,300 people, mostly based in North America. We've completed projects all around the world, and we have over 500,000 users of our different software tools. There's no magic to our success or how we do it. We sum it up in three simple words: acquire, analyze, and answer. Beginning with acquire, at NV5, we say that everything starts with good data, and we've invested heavily in these capabilities. We're a safety-first team with international certifications. Our acquisition platforms include a fleet of fixed-wing aircraft, UAVs, vehicles, and waterborne vessels. We also have a network of helicopter providers and work with many different satellite data platforms. Our sensor capabilities include just about any type of remote sensing technology you can think of. We perform surveys using nearly all types of LiDAR, all spectrums of imagery, and hydrographic sonar technology. In analysis, we use powerful processing and analysis capabilities to help empower customer decision-making. Behind the scenes of our software solutions and services, you'll find technologies like deep learning, workflow automation, and real-time data integration. Our analysis capabilities include dynamic software, enterprise GIS, workflow enhancement, analytical reporting, and staff augmentation. But data and analysis are only as powerful as the answers that they produce. Our practical solutions extract meaningful information from your data to improve decision-making. We provide tailored, enterprise-level geospatial services and solutions to solve business problems. This includes business systems solutions and integration, facility and system security, and of course, digital twins and surveying and mapping applications. We also own, license, and design an array of geospatial software tools, including the NV ecosystem, which is a suite of products that enable everyone to fully benefit from the value of remotely sensed data in many different ways. There's also our Insight data management platform that provides on-demand access to cloud-hosted GIS information, mapping data, 3D models, and analytics dashboards. There's a Datum Summit Evolution for discovering and capturing 3D information from stereo data, and also the Helios Weather Analytics tool for fast and accurate local ground weather intelligence, as well as other security tools and the customizable IDL scientific programming language for complex data visualizations. But we don't work in a vacuum, and you wouldn't want to work with a company that does. While we have expertise in every aspect of the geospatial industry, we also rely on a strong partner network from software to hardware. We're a Platinum Esri partner, a Trimble Platinum Services partner, and we partner with Safe Software and AWS to power our AI and machine learning tools and platforms. We also work closely with Regal and Leica to stay on the leading edge of LiDAR sensor technology innovations. We partner with iTrez, FLIR, and EdgeTech to develop our thermal, hyperspectral, and hydrographic sensing capabilities. Okay, so now that you know a little bit more about NV5, let's get into the presentation. We'll start with class and stay classy. This is an image of the Regal 1560 IIS topographic LiDAR sensor. This is our workhorse for uniform, wide area, topographic LiDAR data acquisition. I've also included a map of one of our projects where we would typically use a system like this. Nice big areas with minimal terrain. Now granted, these AOIs are a bit complex on the Newfoundland coastline, but the size of them means that we can be very efficient when we use a system like the Regal 1560 to acquire LiDAR over these areas. But what if the project areas are not wide, uniform areas? What if we're looking to acquire LiDAR over a large transmission line corridor? We're seeing an increase in requirements for higher point densities to support engineering work for electric utilities. Sometimes we can meet these requirements with a fixed-wing approach, but sometimes we need to be able to fly lower and slower to meet these advanced specifications. What if we're looking to acquire a complex pipeline corridor? There are more pipelines being built across the continent, and we're seeing an increase in requirements to monitor this infrastructure and to be able to detect small shifts and displacements. Depending on the data requirements and topography, these applications may not be a good fit for a traditional sensor approach. And what if we're working in a steep area of terrain like we have out here in BC? And what if we want to make the most of the data acquisition phase, which is typically the most expensive part of a survey project? What if we want to acquire other data sources like orthoimagery, oblique imagery, and video at the same time that we acquire LiDAR? This is why NV5 has developed the CLASS solution. CLASS stands for Comprehensive Low Altitude Sensor Solution. It's a multi-sensor, single-pass solution designed for corridor and high-terrain projects. So why use CLASS? This system wouldn't make much sense for a big, wide-area project, but for corridor and multi-source data projects, this system is a great option. CLASS provides the simultaneous acquisition of high-density LiDAR and high-resolution imagery. CLASS can confidently acquire engineering-level datasets needed to support complex system design and hazard detection of applications. CLASS is also a single-pass system, so one flight provides multiple layers of useful mapping data. Here's a look at the typical CLASS configuration. NV5 doesn't build any of these sensors or cameras, but we integrate them together depending on the project requirements. In this typical configuration, we have two overlapping Regal VUX 240 systems for greater LiDAR data penetration and density. Also have a phase 1 4-band ortho camera, 250 megapixel oblique cameras, and a 1080p HD video camera. There's also an incorporated weather probe for meteorological data collection during flight. CLASS is designed for rotary wing application. All sensors are integrated in a meeker mount that attaches to the bottom of a helicopter. CLASS is FAA and Transport Canada approved for the Bell 206 series, includes the 206B, 206L, and 407. This is one of the most common rotary wing platforms in the world and can be found in almost every region through our extensive network of helicopter providers. This means that it's easy to source a platform for the CLASS system and efficiently install the system with local aircraft and pilots. Here's a look at the basic CLASS performance specs. With the configuration I showed earlier, at 500 feet, we're seeing LiDAR density of over 100 points per square meter and orthoimagery at approximately 1.5 centimeters. At 1,000 feet, we're seeing LiDAR density over 60 points per square meter and orthoimagery at approximately 3 centimeters resolution. And at 1,500 feet, we're seeing LiDAR density of over 40 points per square meter and orthoimagery at approximately 4 centimeters resolution. And just for reference, when we use the CLASS system for transmission line work, we typically fly between 500 and 1,000 feet AGL. CLASS can be used very effectively for corridor and multi-source projects, or any project area affected by steep terrain or complex building and airspace environments. CLASS works well for large corridor projects such as transmission line surveys and pipeline inspections, especially for multi-source projects, where we can acquire multiple datasets on a single pass and make the most of each acquisition phase opportunity. Each year, we're flying our CLASS systems on thousands of linear kilometers of project corridors for these types of applications. So let's take a quick look at some of the data from the CLASS system. Here's a perspective view of high-density LiDAR point cloud for a railway project. Note the clear wire capture, not only of primary circuits, but also lower voltage lines and guy wires. Here's a nadir false color orthoimagery view from a transportation survey. You can easily identify all forms of surface vegetation and identify individual rooftop chimneys, cooling units, and vehicles. And finally, here's a zoom into a true color orthoimagery from the CLASS system. Utility poles, roadway curbs, and manhole covers are all easily identifiable. So now you've learned a little bit about CLASS. Let's switch gears and take some look at water applications. Let's have a blast. This is an image of the Leica Chiroptera 5 topobathymetric LiDAR sensor from Hexagon. This is one of the main systems that NV5 uses for aerial bathymetric surveys of shorelines, lakes, and rivers. It's a highly effective system for topobathymetric LiDAR data capture, and we have used this system all across Canada, including for the large project area highlighted on this slide. This is the Okanagan Lake region here in BC. It's a large lake chain in a beautiful, shallow valley. We map the nearshore bathymetry of these lakes using the Chiroptera system with great coverage and depth penetration. But what if the area to be surveyed is located in a canyon or a steep valley? Bathymetric LiDAR surveys already require lower flying altitudes because the sensor needs to be closer to the water so that we'd be sure to penetrate the water surface with the laser. Bathymetric LiDAR surveys also require more planning than topographic LiDAR surveys and are usually flown at low flow, leaf-off conditions, which are typically in the early spring or late fall when the weather is marginal. This means that we usually see more cloud cover during these times of year, and we have to find a way to work around this, which usually means flying under the cloud deck. So if you have to fly below the clouds to get good data, then we need a good option for these types of surveys when a fixed wing flight could be dangerous. And so NV5 has developed the BLAST system, which stands for Bathymetric LiDAR and Airborne Sensing Technology. Here's a pretty picture of BLAST about to take flight from a mountaintop and fly into one of the valleys below to perform a bathymetric survey. Yes, we do love acronyms. So similar to CLASS, BLAST is a multi-sensor platform primarily designed for complex topobathymetric LiDAR acquisition. Especially in the West, we're seeing an increased need to survey upriver in higher elevations and more complex environments. The BLAST platform enables these types of surveys and reduces the associated risk by including multiple sensors for a single pass acquisition. So here's a look at the typical BLAST configuration. The primary sensor is the bathymetric sensor, which is typically a Regal 840G system. We're also anticipating the release of the Regal 860G for similar applications. We've also integrated a Regal VUX topographic sensor to supplement the bathymetric sensor and to be used for water surface definition and refraction. We also have a nadir focus imagery camera, which is a phase 1 4-band system, and when needed, we can also integrate a thermal camera depending on the application. Unlike CLASS, BLAST uses a nose mount, which is highly versatile for different helicopter types. Here's examples of the BLAST system mounted in Airbus A-Star and a Bell 206. The system is shock mounted to dampen vibrations. Installation is typically simple and takes 1 or 2 days. Here's a look at BLAST performance specs assuming an acquisition at 500 feet AGL. In this configuration, bathymetric LiDAR would be acquired at over 14 points per square meter. Topographic LiDAR would be acquired at over 30 points per square meter. Orthoimagery at about 3 centimeters resolution, and thermal imagery at about 15 centimeters resolution. Of course, the data specs would be affected by the flying altitude accordingly. The BLAST platform can be useful for any project with a complex topobathymetric requirement, especially within steep terrain or complex urban or airspace restricted environments. Enabling multi-source data capture is highly useful for value-added applications. Adding co-acquired imagery enables additional inspection capability and can be used to colorize the LiDAR point cloud. Adding thermal data allows for the identification of hot and cold spots for seepage or damage assessment. This dataset is also increasingly useful for habitat management analysis. Here's a look at the cross-section of a topobathymetric point cloud from the BLAST platform. The orange points are from a traditional fixed-wing system and the blue points are from BLAST. We flew this project area using both systems and integrated the LiDAR point clouds. You can clearly see the improved point density and depth penetration from the BLAST system, enabling a denser and deeper bathymetric profile. So just for a quick recap, NV5 is a highly capable engineering and technology company. We have full-service geospatial solutions and software tools. We have many years of experience across Canada, and we're always looking for innovative ways to tackle geospatial challenges. CLASS is a single-pass solution for topographic LiDAR and imagery data acquisition designed for corridor projects. And BLAST is a multi-source data solution designed for topobathymetric LiDAR data acquisition in complex topography or airspace environments. This concludes my presentation. Thanks a lot for your time and attention. Please feel free to contact me if you'd like to learn anything more about our NV5 geospatial services, including CLASS and BLAST. Also, big thanks to the Geomatics Canada team for their great work with Lidar CANEX and their support for the Canadian geospatial industry overall. We've been longtime supporters of the great work they're doing, and we look forward to more events later this year. NV5 will also be proud sponsors of the GeoIgnite event coming up in Ottawa in May, and we hope to see you all there. Enjoy the rest of Lidar CANEX and have a great year in 2025.
Hello, Sven. Hello, Sven. You're muted.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, perfect.
Sven, as usual, fantastic talk. Very exciting developments going on at NV5, I must say. Very impressive.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, no, that's great. We have one question so far in the Q&A. Where is the GNSS antenna located on the helicopter?
Okay, yeah, good question. Depends on the type of helicopter we're using. I guess a lot of configurations I've seen from the installations we've done, it's on the tail, but I know that there are other types of helicopters and antenna configurations as well.
Yeah, I remember back in we did some work with Terra Remote Sensing, and they had a helicopter mounted topo lidar. So and they had their GNSS on the tail, and I asked, was there much interference or blockage from the rotors and so forth? And surprisingly, the answer was no. So that's quite interesting.
Yeah, we've experienced the same thing.
Yeah. Another question's popped up here, Sven. What is the accuracy of your point cloud data?
Yeah, I guess it depends on the application. We can meet most of the specifications that we've seen, just listening to the conversation earlier with NRCan, we see requirements for, of course, 5 centimeters on some of the more urban engineering level applications, and that's certainly possible. That, of course, does include ground survey work to supplement what we're doing in the air, but we can easily meet those specifications and others depending on the project requirements.
Yeah, very good. Another one here. How big is the NV5 team in Canada? Is everyone based out of BC?
Yeah, well, we're growing. We're not all based in BC. There's only a couple of us out here, but we now have folks in Ontario and New Brunswick, doing all different types of roles, including project management, proposal writing groups, customer-facing roles. And then, of course, during the acquisition season in the summertime, we've got a lot of field folks across Canada as well. So yeah, it's certainly a growing in our presence in Canada for sure. Yeah,
no, very, very impressive, everything that NV5 has expertise in. Sven, I noticed it was the Regal bathymetric lidar in there. Is there a plan, or have you looked at trying to put your Chiroptera 5 on the helicopter platform?
I don't think we've actually looked at that much. We typically, it depends on the project, right? What we're trying to accomplish and what the scale of the project is. But I think we've been more comfortable keeping the Chiroptera level type sensors in a fixed wing aircraft, and then going with the smaller form factor like the 840G or 860G in the helicopters. I mean, we could also put that 840 sensor on a UAV, but then of course it comes down to the scale of the project as well. You can have longer flights with a helicopter, and so depending on the project, we have typically gone with a helicopter approach, and that's why that BLAST platform kind of has come to existence. We've just saw more projects that didn't make a ton of sense to be flying with fixed wing aircraft, and they were a little too big to fly, or too remote to fly with the UAV. And so we looked at the helicopter solution, and that's been working pretty well for us. We've had it up for a couple of systems now. It's quite configurable, works on a lot of different types of helicopters and different aircraft. So that's probably on the helicopter side of things where we'll continue to focus, I think.
Great. And just a quick reminder to our audience, and I see some of you have caught on to this, please don't use the webinar chat. Put your questions into the Q&A box, please. We have another one here. Do you accept intern students? They are from University of Calgary, U of C, so I assume University of Calgary.
Yeah, we do have an internship program. The details of it are on the NV5 website. So I think that's a good place to look for that. But certainly there are opportunities for employment as well. But all of that is on the NV5 website, and it does require application through the website. But if there were questions specifically about any of that, I'm happy to speak to whoever has questions about those types of issues as well.
Very good. Very good. Another one here. Do you have a LiDAR sensor that can gather bathymetric data? And then further to clarify, actually an underwater bathymetric LiDAR sensor. Do you have anything like that?
Underwater bathymetric LiDAR sensor. I guess we would probably look at sonar or one of those capabilities for that type of an application. Most of the bathymetry work we do that is airborne.
Yep.
And that's often due to some of the risks involved with nearshore bathymetry capture from a vessel. There's safety issues depending on the type of area you're trying to survey. And then we would use like a sonar approach for some of the not nearshore areas, and that would be vessel based. So yeah, maybe I'm not understanding the question correctly, but
no, I think you are.
Yeah.
I think you are. And I mean, I would say the idea of LiDARs underwater, still quite in the R&D phase. I've seen some fairly close range systems for measuring different things and so forth. So not perhaps to the commercial scale. Another question here: who came up with the name Blast and Classy? Was it a group effort?
Yeah, like I said in the presentation, the team loves acronyms. They're always having fun with that. And yeah, it's typically our flight operations team that comes up with it. Just trying to find something a little bit catchy that is somewhat memorable. But yeah, they try to have fun with that type of thing.
Yeah, I chuckled at your title, and now I see it. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, apologies. I know it's a little
Yeah.
punny, but gotta have some fun
Hey,
where you can.
I love it.
Yeah.
Here's a great question. Does salt water affect the bathy LiDAR?
Yeah, we don't see as much of an effect from salt water with the LiDAR as we do with sonar, for instance. The concerns mainly with the bathy LiDAR are related to turbidity and bottom reflectivity. But Tim, I know just from your intro presentation that you've got a great background in bathymetric LiDAR. I'd be curious to know your thoughts just based on some of the survey work you've done and if it's been as big of an impact for you.
Yeah, no, I concur with you. It's the salinity and the temperature do not affect the speed of light nearly as much as they do sound. I think bathy LiDAR is an ideal tool for surveying, say, estuarine environments where you've got a mix of salt and fresh water. So I won't say no effect, but marginal. Mm-hmm. We have a follow-up here just commenting on how sonar potentially can be detrimental to animals, and there's been numerous studies using LiDAR for further underwater investigation. So I guess that's something, Sven, for both of us to look into and educate ourselves a bit more.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that is another benefit for LiDAR, right? It's an airborne system. I can't say it has no impact on the environment at all, but we're not in the water churning up the sediment or whatever the benthic habitat might be. And so I think there's a lot more applications that topobathymetric LiDAR can support, and I think it's a it's a good approach, certainly if environmental sensitivity is a concern.
Yeah. A couple of quick ones. Approximately how much of your survey work do you do with the helicopters?
Yeah, I realize I just gave a presentation on a lot of our helicopter innovations, but I think relative to what we do with fixed wing, it's still probably, 20% or something like that. Most of the work we're doing is with fixed wing aircraft, just I think based on a lot of the scale of the projects that we're working on. And I mean, you highlighted it, I think, in your intro talk, like the advancements in sensor technology are increasing significantly. The Regal, Leica, Optech, all of their new sensor technology is more efficient and more powerful than ever before, so we can fly higher and faster. And so, it's an interesting time to be in the LiDAR space. Because it's all kind of changing, and it gives more opportunity and options for different platforms, different sensor combinations. And I think if I was a LiDAR customer right now, you're getting more, I think, for every dollar you spend than ever before in terms of point density and resolution and accuracy. So no, I mean, I think overall, still most of the work we do is fixed wing, but there are certain situations, like I kind of presented in my presentation, where you need a helicopter just due to certain airspace restrictions or safety requirements, and a helicopter makes more sense.
Right. We have another question. What's the maximum depth at which bathymetric LiDAR can accurately return points in clear water?
Yeah.
I know you folks have surveyed some pretty sweet areas in the Caribbean, so.
Yeah, and I mean, so you get that question a lot, and it is important to stipulate that this does certainly depend on water quality and bottom reflectivity. And so we just did a big project in Florida, and we were using some of the latest sensor technology from Leica, which was the Chiroptera 5, Hawkeye 5, and we were getting returns down to 70 meters. So, that's a deep survey. But like I said at the beginning, that does depend on the water quality and bottom reflectivity conditions, but accurately getting that depth of survey is certainly significant. I think like that I talked about that Okanagan Lakes project, which it's not Florida, but certainly I think more of a typical type of deeper water survey that you might see in an inland area, and we were getting returns there between 20 and 30 meters using the Chiroptera system. And Hawkeye combination, but that's probably, I think, more typical in a like a deeper type of Canadian water area that you might want to survey.
I guess just to follow up on that, you've mentioned the Hawkeye, and for our audience, it's a deep water channel that can be a whole other laser system that can be coupled with the Chiroptera 5. What would you say the ratio of your bathymetric surveys ask for the deep water channel, Sven?
Yeah, certainly more coastal. There is more interest for, the Hawkeye deeper channel system to be included. So yeah, I mean, I think, and to kind of go back to what NRCan just talked about, there's, a lot of focus on the rivers and flood mapping. And it doesn't always make sense in a river environment to include the Hawkeye. So I think inland, I would say it's not that many. Maybe 20% of the surveys would include a deep channel, but once you go coastal, it's probably 70% or something like that. Just roughly speaking, I guess.
Right. A couple of more quick ones for me. Where is the head office of NV5, the geospatial?
Yeah. Well, so the NV5 Global is based in Florida, but the geospatial team is much more dispersed. We're kind of, all over the place, really. Like I mentioned, in Canada, we've got folks in BC, Ontario, New Brunswick, and it's sort of dispersed that way across the US as well. So it's much less centralized than the kind of parent company is. And so we're all over the place. I mean, maybe that question came from and is interested in where our fleet of aircraft might be located, but that they are also quite mobile. And we're trying to keep the planes in the air as much as possible. And of course, following the seasonal weather conditions. So we've got in the summertime aircraft all the way up in the Arctic slope, and in the wintertime all the way down in, Florida and the Caribbean. So we're really coast to coast to coast to coast type of operation. So yeah, we don't physically have to have an office location near a project area to be able to execute, I guess, is the fundamental bottom line.
Right. And I guess just seeing the advancements of this presentation, can you give us a sneak peek on what's next for NV5?
Yeah. Well, so, in the last year, NV5 acquired the NV software group and, all the different software tools that includes. So that's been a lot of focus over the last year is, learning as much as possible from our colleagues there and how we might be able to work together more. So I think that'll certainly be a focus moving forward in terms of, software users need data and data users need software. So it's a good combination there. And I think also I'd say, there's always going to be an interest in future sensor advancements. So that's an area where we continue to focus and learn and invest. And then I think there's going to be a lot of attention paid to, machine learning and auto classification, some of the stuff that you were discussing with the NRCan team. I know Zeos is giving a presentation on this here shortly as well, but there's a lot of focus in those areas as well that the NV5 is spending time on as well.
I bet. No, you got some real sharp people in your group there.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, Sven, as usual, great job. Thank you. I know I'll be seeing you in a week or two at Geo Week, where NV5 always has a big presence, and look forward to chatting with you in person. And anybody in the audience, if you've never gone to that event, Geo Week, it's a great event for LiDAR nerds like Sven and I.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, looking forward to seeing you there. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate the time.
Great talk. Thank you. And now I guess we're off to our commercial break prior to our next talk.
NV5 Geospatial is a full-services geospatial firm. We do everything from data collection via remote sensing technology, as well as data processing, data analysis, scientific interpretation, and software visualization. Our geospatial data helps our clients answer the questions of where, how much, and should I be worried about it? The acquisition of remote sensing data comes in many forms, such as photo imagery, thermal infrared imaging, hyperspectral imaging. We also collect Lidar, which is laser-derived data points in three-dimensional space. Once we process data to a point that we can work with it, we deploy a suite of analytics. Sometimes we're looking at one location over time to see how it might change. Sometimes we're able to look at millions of assets at once and feed that into a machine learning environment. Because a human eye can't see a million locations all at one time, this computer can recognize patterns that aren't available to the human eye and see things that we can't. That type of information is very powerful for our customers. Using the geospatial data, we develop advanced analytics that inform the client so they may understand what's going on and then prioritize and strategize an optimal course of action. This type of geospatial innovation allows us to solve problems for our clients that were either too expensive for them to address, too time-consuming to carry out, or wasn't even previously possible. NV5 Geospatial can solve a wide variety of problems with our analytics. Everything from quantifying water usage, identifying habitat for endangered species, managing operations of the electrical grid, supporting infrastructure and urban planning, assessing risk of floods, landslides, wildfires, and coastal resiliency. NV5 Geospatial works on a large variety of projects, very small discrete areas to large tracts of land. We might map entire states on occasion. The complexity of the projects also varies quite a bit. Sometimes we're just delivering data because the client has their own scientists and experts that want to work with it. Other times we're taking the data and doing a lot of the analytics and distilling it down and then delivering specific solutions to our clients. We become very good at developing analytical tools that are visually appealing and easy for users to interact with, so that the content is available to them at the moments when they need it the most. NV5 Geospatial is focused on bringing advances in cloud computing, machine vision and machine learning, advances in sensor technology, different platforms such as robots and drones, and integrating all of these to solve problems that have either not been solved before or solve them in a way that is faster, more efficient, and more effective. We're at our best when we have an open engagement with our customer and we understand the problems that they're trying to solve, whether those be regulatory, operational, or financial. What makes us stand out is our innovation of technology and methodology, our subject matter expertise, and our overall passion for the work we do. One of the defining traits of our entire organization has been our ability to try new things, our ability to sometimes even solve old problems using new technologies that allow us to produce the highest quality information and analytic content in the industry.
Hi everybody, my name is Tony St. Pierre. I am the president of Xeos Imaging, and I will show you today what we've developed in artificial intelligence for mapping using Lidar point clouds. First of all, who is Xeos Imaging? We are a private company based in Quebec City. We are specialized in aerial photography and Lidar surveys. We do a lot of innovation in artificial intelligence. We developed since 2018, and we have submitted some patent in Canada, US, Europe, and Australia for what we've developed. We are 30 employees, and about a third of our employees are working in research and development. Xeos Imaging has built over the years a very high capacity for both capture and processing. We have processed over the last few years petabytes of data. We have our own in-house cluster to process data and distribute parallel processing. So we are built for big jobs. Why do we use artificial intelligence, and what can it bring to us? First of all, our observation over the years is that there's a lot of data on the market, but a small portion of that data is very used by our clients. For example, with Lidar, people are extracting digital terrain model, but more than that, there's a lot of information that is not extracted. Why? Mainly because photo and Lidar are not in a format that can be queried very easily. So artificial intelligence can play a role to extract information from the big data that is hard to query. For example, we can take a Lidar point cloud and extract the building footprints, extract the tree crowns, the tree elevation, the blue spots, a lot of things that we can extract, and this can be transformed into shape files that is very lightweight and easy to work with. So no need anymore to work with big Lidar data if you already have the shape files of exactly what you want. So how does artificial intelligence work? How do we do that? There are 3 simple steps. The first step is to classify the raw Lidar point cloud by artificial intelligence. So we have developed in-house with our team AI model to classify the point cloud. So we can exactly tell or say this point is a building, this point is vegetation, this point is a wire. The quality of the classification is so good by artificial intelligence that we can then just isolate each layer and map automatically each of these layers. As a third step, we can do optional analysis. For example, if we have mapped all the power line wires, we can also know exactly where the vegetation is. So we can do a automatic analysis to detect where the vegetation is too close from the wires. Same thing for the blue spots. We can automatically detect or map and do the analysis to prevent or to know in advance where there will be some floodings if there's a big rain event. We have developed in the last 2 years many map layers that we extract from the Lidar. building footprints, vegetation, blue spots, water boundaries, roads. So a lot of layers that are available. Let me show you each of these layers product by product to explain a little bit how it looks like. From the LiDAR classified by AI, we can easily extract the building footprints. The building footprints represent the projection of the roof on the ground, and it is delivered as a shapefile. So it's very lightweight and easy to use, compatible with all types of GIS, and we add attributes to those polygons. For example, we add the height of the building and also the minimum altitude of the flooring of the house. If we overlay the orthophoto or the true orthophoto, we can easily see that there are some buildings or sheds or garage that are under the canopy, but we can easily map them because with the LiDAR we have all the information in trees, so we can go and extract and map correctly all those buildings. Ground permeability and heat islands can be easily extracted from both photo and LiDAR. For example, we have here a shapefile extracted from the photo that shows the ground permeability. In red, we have the impervious grounds, and in green, it is permeable ground. We can look at with the orthophoto and we understand easily both categories. If we couple that with the trees that are 3 meters and higher, then we can automatically detect where are the heat islands. So you see on this example that the red part on the red side of the example, you have a big heat island. We can map the vegetation group by height class. We take the LiDAR point cloud that is classified by artificial intelligence, and we isolate all vegetation classes, and then we can group all the 3 classes, which are the first class that is below 1.2 meters or 4 feet. We have 1.2 to 3 meters and 3 meters and above. So you see in each color the 3 classes. Another product is individual trees and edges. By artificial intelligence, we have developed a model that can segment it or separate each tree or isolated or in a tree stand, and by that we can after that isolate and map each tree individually, and we can add some features or attributes like height of the tree and area of the crown of the tree. We are actually working on a project to try to make learn to the computer to recognize the tree species, but actually it's not yet commercially available, but in the next year we expect to be able to commercialize the tree species. Blue spots and surface water flow. With the digital terrain model that we extract from the LiDAR classified by AI, we can modelize and generate a map of all the depressions that will accumulate water in more than 30 centimeter in depth if there is a big rain event. A big rain event for us is when it rains enough to make that the sewage, underground sewage network will be saturated and will not make its job to eliminate the water. So the water will flow at the surface of the ground and get accumulated into those blue spots. If we overlay the building footprints, then you can see directly where the houses will be flooded. Knowing that in advance, then you can do or try to do some work to avoid having this water to be accumulated in those blue spots. We also give a layer that is the low point of the blue spots, which tell you in attribute the exact depth of the blue spot. We also provide a layer corresponding to the watershed or the micro watershed that brings the water to each blue spot. This is information that is very important if you want to make works to reroute or redirect the water from a blue spot and remove it from there. Then you have to know what area is contributing to bring water to this blue spot. Another layer that we provide is the surface flow direction of the water. So it tells you exactly where the water will flow and will pass on the ground. Another product is the water boundaries. We can provide the exact water boundary of rivers and lakes that is extracted from the LiDAR only. This is something that we've developed and that we have a patent pending, and it gives you not the legal height or the legal position of the water limit, but the exact limit where it was when the LiDAR aircraft passed and took the survey. The road layer is another product that we can provide. It's the exact limit of the road, or paved or unpaved. We also map the bridges and overpasses. So it's quite simple, but very useful. So all the bridges and overpass can be mapped in a shapefile. Swimming pools can easily be mapped by artificial intelligence. We can do that both by photo, based on photo or based on LiDAR. For each pool, we map the exact boundary, and we can give in attributes if it is a in-ground or above-ground pool. You can go on our website and order online mapping data. We have for the Canada all the locations where we have data available, and you simply create an account and choose the tiles, 1 square kilometer tiles that you want, and it's very easy to pass an order directly. New products that are expected for 2025. We have for the power lines, for transmission lines, we have all the towers and the wires. We have for distribution lines, we have all the poles and the wires too. We have, for example, for the ditches, We want to map in 3D all the ditches and also map all the culverts. We also want to commercialize all the fences around the pools. Roughly, those are the main projects that we are working on and that we expect to be able to commercialize those products within the next year. So thank you for your attention, and I hope that you enjoyed. Hi, Tim.
Tony, that was fantastic. Nice to virtually meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
No, very, very impressive talk and great work as far as showing all of the derived information you can get from the LiDAR. Very impressive. And you've obviously stimulated the crowd because we have a whole series of questions in the QA. So let's get right at those.
Okay.
Will the patent be on the AI model or on the approach? And I guess you mentioned a few patents, so if there's a difference there, maybe you could elaborate on that.
The patents are on the approach that we're using, because the AI model or code, we cannot patent that, but all the steps that we're using and the way the approach we have, then it is that is patent.
Very good. So following on that, perhaps, what is your AI product's accuracy? And I'll just keep going with this question about IOU, intersection over union, and overlay accuracy, since every point cloud state-of-the-art deep learning models fall far short of even 85% of overall accuracy. So I'm wondering if the question is related to things like, how well can you do a rooftop if there's a tree overhanging, just to give it a little context perhaps. But would you like to tackle that question?
Yes, the accuracy first. The accuracy is dependent on the LiDAR accuracy, and the LiDAR, the spot diameter and the LiDAR point density. So depending on what product we're doing, each of those parameters have an impact. But roughly, we have maps, elements that vary between 10 centimeter up to 1 meter accuracy. It's the range of accuracy we're having. Regarding the IOU is a kind of parameter that is used in artificial intelligence to qualify the quality or the success of the classification. And we are about 97, 98% of quality.
Ah.
And maybe regarding the quality, each of our product is delivered with metadata that is documenting the accuracy, documenting, for example, in our quality test, we're documenting, for example, if it's building footprints. So what percentage of buildings have been detected, what percentage of building is correctly mapped, because some of the buildings might have some defects, and what is the percentage of true positive or false positive, false positive or false negative. But roughly, we are around 90, above 95% of accuracy on each of our product.
Impressive. Great. Another question. What are the ideal input data? LiDAR and imagery? what are the ideal input data requirements to achieve optimum results using your AI model? So I had a sort of similar question
Okay.
regarding, does the addition of imagery with the point cloud, really increase your capability much more? So maybe you could speak to that a little.
It depends. We have multiple AI models depending on the product we want to output. Most of the products we're outputting are based on LiDAR only.
Okay.
But we need a good LiDAR. And I mean a good LiDAR is a high point density with a very small spot diameter.
Yep.
Because the spot diameter has an impact on the horizontal accuracy.
And when you say high, what would you consider to be good LiDAR? Sort of 10 points per square meter kind of thing, or pulses per square meter?
The ideal is 30 points per square meter.
Okay.
But for example, if we want to map the trees, we can take 15 points and higher point density and be able to map it. But it will be best if we have 30 points per square meter. We can map the buildings with 10 points per square meter, but the buildings will be better if we have 30 points per square meter.
Right. Sharper edges, more defined.
Exact. And to complete the answer for the question of the person, we have other AI models that are based on photo. For example, if we want to map the permeability of the ground, then it's better to only use photo. So we're doing a mix.
Okay, great. Another one here. Have you used AI to classify ground returns in steep terrain and remove noise and low vegetation? And following that, from the same questioner, if so, how does the process work given the ground lacks a distinct geometric shape like a building? I am curious about the methodology and expected accuracy. So I guess this is, are you able to separate that low vegetation from the actual terrain?
Yes. The answer is yes. And I would say one of the parameter that makes that we are different from any other, and that we have been able to go over the kind of limit that all the research group are obtaining at 80% quality. One thing that is different in our case is that we keep classifying unclassified point. It's a little bit weird said like that, but if you have points that are at the ground and you have low vegetation at 20 centimeter above, most of the algorithm or the AI model are not able to distinguish, or they classify everything as ground. And if you are in steep terrain, then it causes problem. But in our case, we keep only the lowest points as ground, and all points that are a little bit above then are classified as unclassified or vegetation, depending on the patterns. And roughly that's that.
Okay, very good. Any mention about expected accuracy in that kind of environment?
Oh, the expected accuracy is straight the LiDAR accuracy.
Okay.
So this is only classification, so we don't change the position of the points.
Right. Okay. Following, I think it's the same person. What is your strategy for mapping and monitoring water bodies by LiDAR, given that they change with the season and dates due to factors like precipitation, snow melt, and tides? And I think you were quite clear in your talk that it was the water boundary at the time of flight, but maybe
Exactly.
you could elaborate on this question a little bit.
Oh, it's really easy. The artificial intelligence is maybe one point. We're not uh, doing like Chat GPT or other things, system like that are creating new things or inventing things from what they know. In our case, we are teaching the artificial intelligence to recognize specific things. So we train our AI to recognize water, and the only thing it makes is if there is water, it will detect it. And we developed some strategy to after that uh, detect the real edge of the water ponds or water surface.
Yes, because often you'll see perhaps a DTM where maybe someone has not done that good a job at separating ground from water, and we often will see these sort of tin artifacts. I take it you folks must have to deal with that to ensure that your boundary is as precise as possible, so you're not getting those artificial water points perhaps creeping up on the bank. Is that
It's part of of the training. The training must be perfect. If you are training errors, the result will be errors. So
Yeah,
everything has to be perfect straight from the training.
very good, very good. Can your AI models measure the volume of underground water?
It could, but actually we did not train or we did not work with bathymetric LiDAR uh, R&D program. We did not develop, but we are doing a lot of bathymetric LiDAR,
Mhm.
uh, but the list of development is too long. So it was not yet our priority.
I think what they may be getting at here would be sort of groundwater table when they say underground water. And obviously the LiDAR doesn't penetrate to the ground, so I would be surprised if you can, but sometimes one can infer other information. Any comments about groundwater?
No,
Okay.
groundwater, no.
Yeah. Okay. Uh,
Regarding the ditches and
yes.
the
Culverts.
yeah, the culverts, this is a project that is ongoing, and even if the culverts are underground, in this case, we think we can succeed in mapping them because of the environment around each culvert. And we already have all the water flow, the surface water flow. So we think we can train the AI to recognize and distinguish where are located the culverts.
That would be quite impressive to be able to do it because there's some cities, as we know, where streams just disappear and go under that infrastructure and then reappear out the other side of that city. Uh, and I can appreciate your work you're doing there because a lot of people I don't think realize how important having the culverts in the elevation model are in order to further use it for flood modeling or routing of water, like you say. So very
Yeah,
important work.
yeah, and our goal is to be able to product some breach DTM uh, automatically. So that would be great.
Mm. Another question here. Are all your products for individual objects, trees, roads, buildings, etc., derived from the AI point cloud classification? If so, what kind of validation is made on these results?
We're producing each layer independently, and we have a team here that is doing QA, QC, and giving some statistics on the results. So once we have good results with a model, then we can produce data with it.
Very good. Very good. I noticed somebody put something in the chat. I'm just going to have a quick look here. No, okay, nothing there. I was very curious and excited to hear your comment about working on species differentiation of trees and your projection that perhaps that will be commercially available next year. I believe you said that's very exciting. Of course, people in that environment who've worked with forestry, it's kind of the holy grail that
Yeah.
has been unattained. So, can you elaborate a little bit on with
Yeah.
obviously you've got some secret sauce there that you don't want to.
No, the secret sauce, we submitted a patent on that. So we now can talk about the secret sauce. Uh, the goal or the way we work is we're building a two-branch AI model, one with analyzing the photo and one analyzing the structure of the tree from the LiDAR.
Okay,
And actually, we're getting very good results. So it's
excellent.
working. The good news is it's working. Now we're training to add a lot of data from different regions, different species, in order to increase the amount of species we're able to recognize. And in fact, it's not directly the species that we're actually able to tell. It's the genus.
Okay,
So we're able to say it's a maple, it's a birch, it's a no matter PTA or things like that.
still that's impressive. I mean, we'll cut you a break on the hey, you can't differentiate red spruce from black spruce, maybe, but spruce from fir from pine. You know that's going to be a real breakthrough.
Yeah, yeah.
A couple more questions have popped up. Um, Typically, we use AI to automate the process of extracting the object. Therefore, we are unable to measure the volume of water automatically with AI. AI and post-processing is required. I'm not, I guess that's just more of a
So
comment.
that's true. We're not measuring the volume, the volume of water.
Yeah. And there's a question here from Sunday asking, I'm currently in my last semester at geomatics engineering at the University of Calgary. Is there an opportunity for me to join your data collection team as entry level? So the
Yes, we're always open to hire good people. So you can go on our website and submit his resume.
and I'm just back from Quebec City, and I can attest that it's a beautiful city and a great place to spend your time. Well, Tony, I don't see any other questions. Fascinating talk. Real exciting the work you and your colleagues are doing there. It's real nice to see a company put that much effort into R&D, and obviously I'm sure it's paying off for you and sounds like it's going to pay off big time in the future, where you'll be able to offer some quite unique derived products from LiDAR and photos. So very impressive. I've learned a lot, and I look forward to meeting you in person in the near future.
Good. I'll be at Geo Week, so we
Oh,
can meet there.
very good. I'll look for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye. And now we'll go on to our next series of commercials prior to our next talk. So we'll see you soon.
NV5 Geospatial is a full-services geospatial firm. We do everything from data collection via remote sensing technology, as well as data processing, data analysis, scientific interpretation, and software visualization. Our geospatial data helps our clients answer the questions of where, how much, and should I be worried about it? The acquisition of remote sensing data comes in many forms, such as photo imagery, thermal infrared imaging, hyperspectral imaging. We also collect Lidar, which is laser-derived data points in three-dimensional space. Once we process data to a point that we can work with it, we deploy a suite of analytics. Sometimes we're looking at one location over time to see how it might change. Sometimes we're able to look at millions of assets at once and feed that into a machine learning environment. Because a human eye can't see a million locations all at one time, this computer can recognize patterns that aren't available to the human eye and see things that we can't. That type of information is very powerful for our customers. Using the geospatial data, we develop advanced analytics that inform the client so they may understand what's going on and then prioritize and strategize an optimal course of action. This type of geospatial innovation allows us to solve problems for our clients that were either too expensive for them to address, too time-consuming to carry out, or wasn't even previously possible. NV5 Geospatial can solve a wide variety of problems with our analytics. Everything from quantifying water usage, identifying habitat for endangered species, managing operations of the electrical grid, supporting infrastructure and urban planning, assessing risk of floods, landslides, wildfires, and coastal resiliency. NV5 Geospatial works on a large variety of projects, very small, discrete areas to large tracts of land. We might map entire states on occasion. The complexity of the projects also varies quite a bit. Sometimes we're just delivering data because the client has their own scientists and experts that want to work with it. Other times we're taking the data and doing a lot of the analytics and distilling it down and then delivering specific solutions to our clients. We become very good at developing analytical tools that are visually appealing and easy for users to interact with, so that the content is available to them at the moments when they need it the most. NV5 Geospatial is focused on bringing advances in cloud computing, machine vision and machine learning, advances in sensor technology, different platforms such as robots and drones, and integrating all of these to solve problems that have either not been solved before or solve them in a way that is faster, more
Solar Cycle 25 and the impacts on field operations. This is a recorded version of some materials we put together for the users of real-time networks and the surveying and geomatics associations. I always look forward to Lidar CANEX and was a little surprised that I'm going to present at it. This might seem like a bit of an obscure subject, but in many ways, GNSS or GPS GNSS is integral to a lot of reality capture field operations and post-processing. Solar Cycle 25, the potential field operation impacts are for any static GNSS post-processing, the PPK post-processing, used for, a lot for mobile mapping and drone operations, real-time kinematics, space rover, and network RTK, and then multi-sensor systems, GNSS plus, IMU, etc. In extreme cases, the communications that you might be using, cellular base radios. Solar Cycle 25 is named because it's the 25th solar cycle since 1755, when the observations of sunspot activities really began. Coincidentally, it peaks in 2025. This one is it started a little earlier than expected and is likely to be stronger than originally predicted. So what can happen in your field operations if you're using GNSS? Well, longer fix times is chiefly when there's, moderate space weather activity. Difficulty in maintaining those fixes poor residuals when things get worse, then you could end up with just failure to fix. You could be stuck in float indefinitely. No GNSS at all is possible, and as I mentioned, in extreme conditions, it can affect RF communications, cellular and radio. A lot of people use cellular for the NTRIP connections to, say, networks or IP-enabled bases or base and rover radios. This is from Space Weather Canada. The possible impacts of space weather from the geomagnetic activity, but they list, across the board, power systems, aeromagnetic surveys, examples like directional drilling. This is a very handy little chart. We looked at some of the solar storms so far during this cycle, looking at the user experiences from Real-Time Network, the one in Washington State. And then this is expressed in what's called the I-95 ionospheric index, which was specifically designed for impacts on GNSS. I'll explain that a little bit more later. So the I-95 is computed from local stations in a real-time network or a series of permanent bases. So it doesn't predict, but it shows what happened, updated on an hourly basis. And the scale on the left is the expected geometric error that would happen with unmitigated GNSS observations. So Friday, May 10th, was a particularly large storm, the largest in 20 years. In the morning, it looked quite normal. By midday, it started to rise. And by the evening, it really went off the chart. But by the next morning, mid-morning the next morning in local time, Pacific time, it had calmed down to normal again. So it was brief, but very intense, the largest in 20 years. There was I think it was the Halloween storms 20 years ago, was, slightly smaller. This one's dubbed the Gannon storm. For the scientific analysis, they've named it that. Here's another view of it. Now, this isn't the I-95 scale. This is the KP index. And the KP index is very handy because a lot of the prediction resources are expressed in that. This is out of observations in Potsdam in Germany. And this is the same Gannon storm. It tracked the I-95, evidenced what was predicted, and they paralleled each other very well. So we did an analysis of the real-time network users in Washington State, talked to operators using base and rover, and other networks around the US in Europe. And the effects noted by users, well, it was the slow fixes, no fixes, poor residuals, and cell issues. It's not the same for everyone, though. And that's because there are some mitigation features. The operations side of a real-time network, no processing issues. The rover monitors, permanent, rovers set up to just observe the quality of a network. They really showed no effects, but they were newer rovers or newer base receivers with great antennas. The residuals were still good, and there were few user calls to these networks, except, and I got an asterisk there. So what we found out was that newer multi-constellation, and that's a really key in being able to ride out these solar storms. Multi-constellation with ionospheric mitigation features. These are like a lot of rovers built within the last 5 years. There were no issues at all. Same with the base receivers on the networks that were the newer generations. Now, older multi-constellation, they may have been 2 to 4 constellations, but older ones, some experience slow fixes. The old dual constellation and single constellation receivers, GPS and GLONASS are just GPS only. Slow fixes, no fixes, very poor performance. And here's the asterisk. Low-end GNSS boards and antenna rovers really had struggle. They weren't fixing, or their post-processing was, off the chart bad. So the example of what I mean by these low-end boards, there's some very affordable GNSS boards that designed for autonomous systems, but they've been deployed on drones and very low-cost rovers. So it's balancing the risk, the risk analysis. There may be a number of days during the solar cycle where you just can't use these, or it's just not wise to try to use them. That's where the prediction tools come in handy. Otherwise, high production outfits, a lot at stake, big construction projects, they can't really afford for any seemingly random downtime. So they go with the more expensive gear. So in another storm we looked at was August 2024, which was not as big as the Gannon storm. Again, it was brief, very intense periods in the overnight. No significant issues reported except for the low end equipment, and we tracked it and looked at how it tracked with the KP index, and then in particular how it was predicted it was going to happen. So past solar storms, many years ago, in 89, 2003, 2000, 86, looking at those, the Gannon storm was particularly big. It was like the October 2003. So what happens when this goes on, without going into a lot of details, because I don't understand all the details, I rely on atmospheric space weather experts to kind of explain it to me. You in a solar, say a heightened solar event, that could be solar flares, coronal mass ejections, CMEs. So you have energetic electrons can actually damage spacecraft, although a lot of them are hardened, as the GPS and GNSS satellites are. And the protons, the solar flare protons will affect even the GNSS ones. So you have the ionospheric currents, and in that you have the GPS signal going through it. You also have scintillation, which we're going to talk about, which is a kind of a double whammy. Radiation effects on avionics, high frequency radio wave disturbance, geomagnetically induced currents in power systems. So what you get when it comes to the GNSS is you get ranging errors, because those delays through the ionosphere, because it's very heightened, are much harder to gauge and account for. And then you have scintillation. In the lower left, it shows this is patterns of peak ionospheric activity that are around the clock. It happens usually when things are normal at very predictable times. It used to be an old rule of thumb in the old days is when we only had a few satellites was, well, observe at night and the ionospheric activity is lower. The lower right, we have the geomagnetic equator, which really gets hammered hard, and the northern latitudes, northern Canada, Alaska, northern Europe. So scintillation is kind of a wild card in this. Scintillation goes on all the time, except during heightened solar activity, you're getting a double whammy. It's like compounding the issues. But scintillation is more acute, small scale, say, bubbles in this ionosphere. And when that happens, you might not be able to do anything for a very brief period. And it can hit very randomly, very hard to predict these individual bubbles. but they do map the heightened total electron content, correlate that with, scintillation effects. Again, more in the northern latitudes and the geomagnetic equator. The mid latitudes are rarely affected. To give you an idea, the very southern part of Canada and, Washington state across the northern part, considered for this purpose a mid latitude. So it's higher than down lower, and it starts to go back up very high, and you get down towards the geomagnetic equator, Central America, Northern South America. Okay, there's information resources, because I can't go into everything, and I'm not versed in everything, but the NOAA Space Weather Prediction Center has a lot of background materials on this. Hexagon, Novatel, Leica, they have a really great resource page, and they're talking a bit more about the GNSS. When you go to the typical space weather resources, they're talking about it in a broad range, from the scientific purposes to, the effects on transmission lines and other things. Trimble has a great resource site as well, TopCon. There are others. You check with the vendors of your particular equipment, they probably have a resource page. It explains more focused on what's going to happen with what could happen with the GNSS. So there are prediction tools. There's the strategies that you can put in place so that you're not disrupting your work as much. You could plan ahead for a day when you might not want to be doing something. You might not want to be doing your typical field operations that reduce, unaccounted for downtime. So these prediction tools are actually quite good. We've been tracking over the last 18 months, and it's hitting pretty much exactly what they're predicting. The NOAA Space Weather Dashboard, I'm going to give you examples of some of these. There's a GNSS planning tool that has put some of the predicted in it in the current conditions. Space Weather Canada, which has a particularly good, helpful site. I use that here in Washington State, actually. Total electron content is another gauge of what's going on. There's a 3-day outlook with NOAA, which is, as I said, it's proven to be very, very, very good predictions. There's a 27-day outlook. It's a little aspirational. It might give you an idea of a period that might be coming up where it could happen, but really the 3-day outlook is the best tool. So a quick summary of this is the Space Weather Canada site, through the NRCan site, and it gives you this KP index here. They do a 24 to 48 hour forecast, which is very, very good. They've got it color coded, and then they've got the activity levels and the KP index there. So here's the NOAA forecast, the 27-day forecast. They use different scales for certain things, but that's useful to different activities and different sectors of industry and science. So as I said, the KP index is the most commonly used in the predictive, but you'll notice over here in the 3-day forecast, they actually will label when it reaches a KP, predicted KP of a certain level, the geomagnetic storm classifications of G1, G2, G3, and so on. You hit G5, that's don't even, G5 or above, don't even try. So there's the estimated KP through NOAA and some other resources. The Canadian one, I think I mislabeled this, the total electron content. It goes into a lot of esoterics, but it boils down to KP give you the good predicted, and the I-95 will show you what actually happened in your region, because it's not going to be exactly the same everywhere, but it'll give you an idea of what happened on that day. Together with your own experiences with your own equipment, you can build some rules of thumb. So here's an example from a real-time network. A lot of real-time networks are tracking with their own stations and deriving the I-95 indexes. So in this case, in the Washington State real-time network, you can go and hit the predicted, link to NOAA, but also you can look at the I-95 for a particular region of the state and see what happened there. It varies a little bit across regions of a broad area. It's going to vary actually quite a bit across the Canadian provinces as well, not only in the time period, but it could be more intense in one and another. But within a few centimeters of this predicted geometric error, if it's unmitigated across the provinces. So the I-95 index, green is low, no activity, no effects. Yellow, normal conditions, still typically no effects with modern equipment. Yellow to red, moderate conditions. You may start to see some of these longer fixed times. Now, red is high. It's high activity. If it's above 8 for more than an hour or so, that's when people are really getting hammered. No fixes. It can even go to no GNSS, and you might start having trouble with your cell or your radio. And this pulled a bunch of data so I could show just how high it can go. So non-mitigated, going up to, if it can fix it all, 18 centimeters of error, although beyond 10 centimeters it's not truly fixed anyhow. So prediction methods. There's some finding out that users in Europe and North America have come across this from the last solar cycle. You check the KP index on the prediction sites. Then during the event, or after it, you could look at the I-95 and see how they line up. Compare your field experiences to the plots. Some users built spreadsheets and they went, okay, with their particular gear, like I said, not all gear is going to be the same. Not all gear is going to mitigate it the same. Not all of them have the ionospheric mitigation tools that for a lot of rovers have only really been put in place in the past few years. So you can build the rule of thumb, when you look at the predicted and go, for our particular equipment in our part, in our region, our latitude, we might not want to do certain things, do certain tasks on these days. We might want to think, alternatives or delaying to another day. So the mitigation approaches, and this can vary a bit. So very short base rover baselines might help. If you have what somebody calls a site base, you've got that base station, you can see it on the construction site. You might fare better than if it was much farther away, 10 kilometers or more. But when conditions get to a certain point, it's the same effects on the base as the rover, so that's not going to help. Network RTK is by nature more resilient than single base under most conditions. It's modeling over a broader area, modeling the ionospheric delays and so forth. Now, receiver mitigation. Manufacturers have been adding space weather resilience features. And in some of these, it's just an update of firmware. In others, you can't, reverse engineer this into some of the older rovers. So with a lot of the newer ones, just keeping your firmware up to date, and you might have your iono mitigation capabilities. Working at night was kind of a misguided old rule of thumb. I mean, for example, many of the recent peaks have been at night, which has been fortunate for a lot of end users that typically are working during the day. It has a lot more to do with when the event happened, the solar event happened, how long it took to get to the Earth to, a coronal mass ejection, maybe a day or two before the full impact is felt. So yeah, working at night, no, that's not. Using the prediction methods, and keep your total stations handy, or take that day off. Here's an example of a receiver mitigation tool. So improved tracking is the key to it. When, it's changed a lot. GNSS in general, you've got 4 or 5, 6 constellations. 4 are in North America typically. And you've got not just the, one, we started with, one signal, L1, and then L1, L2 dual. Between all the constellations and all of the signals that they put out, E5A, E5B, E6, E1, Beidou B123, B33, etc. There are 21 usable signals. With the improved tracking, the solutions that are put under one giant filter in the rovers can mitigate a lot of this and reject a lot of things and gut check each other. So base network application plus rover applications, these mitigation measures are being applied at the bases in the network software to some degree, but in the rover application. The field software that you use with the rover may have an ionospheric stoplight, like a stoplight indicator for each satellite. So when you look in your field rover and you're having some effects and you see some of them going yellow or red, some satellites that are in the orientation of where there's more intensity of it, you could actually just take those out of the solution. A lot of the rovers will just take out the bad ones or the ones most affected anyhow. You could disable them manually if you want to. We're going to go into the Q&A session. It's a bit of a wrap up on this. GNSS is integral to so much reality capture. Your mobile mapping, GNSS plus IMU, your drones, GNSS plus IMU, and any of the related post-processing. So, well, thanks for listening, and we're going to go into the Q&A session now.
Gavin, thank you very
Hi, Tim.
much for that most interesting talk and very informative. I really enjoyed it.
Oh, thank you, Tim.
I think you said it at the end how GNSS is so ubiquitous in so much of what we do in the LiDAR world, reality capture, wide airborne mapping, and so forth. I know myself, I've become a bit complacent, just assuming it's there, assuming it's going to work 24/7. So I think this was a really great time to have a talk to remind us all of the impacts and the pitfalls of how this activity could influence us and affect our results and our operations.
Sure. There's a question here. Somebody asked. They said,
good.
yeah, if a LiDAR vendor flew during that intense storm, say in May of 2024, give an idea of how more inaccurate the resulting point cloud could be. It's actually more of a case of it's not going to let you process certain signals from certain satellites. You will just end up with less data. Now, because you've got satellites in one direction that may not be as affected by the that solar activity, say out to the west, but the ones to the east, it's just going to reject those if it's intense. If the ones in the other direction can meet the thresholds, and you're going to have bad geometry because you might only have a few satellites. You're going to have bad geometry. Same kind of thing as if you don't have enough satellites. If you're trying to post-process something, you do a terrestrial survey and you've got canopy, you've got blocked or signals. So it's I've never heard anybody say, "Oh, you're just going to miss by a few centimeters or you'll miss by decimeters." It's sort of like you're either going to be able to do it or you aren't. And if you do, you could have just wild outliers. Which ones of those are good? hard to say. But the old days of post-processing where we'd manually go through and try to triage, you may be able to salvage something depending on the conditions. But really, we were flooded. Our network and some other sister networks were flooded with calls from people doing their their drone work.
Mm.
And a lot of that had to do just with the very low cost boards that just, they're not set up for that kind of thing.
No, and I think you made a good point there, regarding the different types of equipment, the latest equipment from the higher end, the Trimbles, the Leicas, that suite of higher end receivers, seemed like those people were able to manage not too bad. We've bought some low cost, survey grade equipment, the Reach, for example, that we've used in different occasions. Have not really come across this in our practical experience, but you got to wonder when you can buy a drone, a Lidar, and an RTK system for $50K. The quality there has to be a price paid for the quality. That old saying, you get what you pay for. So that's real interesting to know, and I guess it really a big message to people in the drone operation world. Perhaps even more critical to look at the planning side of things than folks with higher end receivers, et cetera, that could apparently handle this kind of disturbance.
Sure, very look. When it comes to RTK, there's no secret to it anymore. You can buy I've done it. I even bought a $5 chip one time and built a rover out of it. If I'm out in perfect conditions, I don't have multipath, I don't have canopy, and I don't have a bad solar day, I can match what a 25-year-old, rover can do. I can get my centimeter stuff, but it depends on what your stakes are. If you're willing to live with a few bad solar days, are you planning ahead? Yeah, no problem at all. No slam on the no pun intended there. No slam on the low cost gear at all.
Yep.
Although as a network operator, most of the calls I get are people with low cost gear. It's just, it's a trade-off. As somebody said, you don't enter the Le Mans 24-hour race with the 1980s Yugo. I mean, both vehicles have wheels. They're going to get it around the track. No, I'm just kidding. So, I saw another question.
Yeah.
Can I fix a bad solar day by post-processing? No, your the base where the data is coming from is similarly affected. So that's you can't process your way out of a bad solar day.
Another follow-up to that one. If I have a top tier newer base, but a lower tier or older rover or drone, will this mitigate the bad solar?
It's the same situation. It's affected. It may not be affected, but it's all on your rover at that point. So
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I apologize if I missed this during the session, but can you get fixed solutions, but yet have the higher error associated with them? Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, that's differences in RTK engines. Some of them use this Boolean, I'm fixed, I'm not. Others do a sliding scale. The Boolean fixed, okay, if I manage to get a fix because I just happen to have enough to do it, how often is it reevaluating that? The other ones, it's a sliding scale. It's processing all of them, and it's not setting that fixed float. If you're starting to see residuals above 10 centimeter, well, you're not truly fixed. You wouldn't be truly fixed anyhow. So
right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, first off, it's just fascinating technology, the whole idea of that, those 19 centimeter waves, being able to track that full wavelength and so forth. And then, again, thinking about the physics of what happens, in order, as it comes from the satellite down through the ionosphere to us, and these perturbations that are happening there. So you mentioned about a lot of these activities happen at night, and of course, we saw some beautiful photos on the internet of different auroras and so forth that people captured. And those were the events where you saw your most calls, or people were having the most trouble, or even though they happened in the night, were they also sort of active in the day that we just didn't know about them? Do you know what I'm
No,
getting at?
it's a function of when the event happens at the sun.
Mm-hmm.
You got a solar flare, or coronal mass ejection. How long, when it gets
Right.
to the Earth, maybe day or night, depending on when it happened there. So
Sure.
we kind of lucked out this year. Well, actually, there've been like 5 pretty big ones, but the 2 that I showed just happened to happen at night, which was great. Except we have hydro customers that run around the clock, some autonomy and robotics that run around the clock. But yeah, we've kind of lucked out. But there have been some, in the past that hit during the day.
Mm.
And during the day, it's, I mean, the ionosphere, this is a mischaracterization, kind of puffs up during the day. It's, you got direct sun,
Mm-hmm.
exciting
Mm-hmm.
everything. So, but when it comes to the solar storm, it's a function of when it left the sun and when it gets here.
Right. Right. I'm going to ask a real simple question. They say there's no dumb question, so I'm going to ask one. In the world of aviation and like landing aircraft and so forth, are they just using code solutions, or are they at the stage of phase fix solutions? And if so, what are the implications around that?
Okay, so I'm not that well versed in the aviation. They're using like the wide area solutions like WAS.
Wasp, yeah.
WAS, I'm not sure what the status is, but the L1, L5 on the WASP, you're functioning more like an RTK.
Mm-hmm.
There are landing systems that run. I think one acronym was an APS. That's going to full fixed, because it can. I remember the one example in the runway in Australia where they were testing some of it, and it kept putting marks in the same spot in the runway because it was that precise where the
Wow.
wheels hit.
Hmm.
But no, typically, and there are multiple systems involved. That's the other thing, is the multi sensor stacks are going to be a real godsend for GNSS and other technologies. LiDAR actually in the stacks. But when you have other things that act as a canary in a coal mine, like, oh yeah, you've got another sensor source, the geomagnetic navigation, that there is, it could let you know if you're being spoofed,
Hmm. Hmm.
jammed, or if it's heavy solar activity on your solution.
Hmm.
So
Interesting.
good things ahead.
Yeah, yeah. I would assume too, talking about geomagnetic influences, anyone doing any kind of geophysical survey related to magnetics, probably I'm assuming that would interfere with those kind of surveys. Any thoughts there?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. There's definitely those. Like I said, they're looking at different scales in the geomagnetic activity that to help them gauge the effects on what they're doing.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So that could be a challenge to, there's the quantum geomagnetic navigation that they're being experimented with, that would affect it. But then again, you're only looking for precisions of a ship-sized, not a 1 centimeter survey tack. So
Right, right. Another question's popped up here, Gavin. Was any analysis done on the October 2024 event? How did it compare to the May event, and did it also peak at night?
the it'd take me a while to look it up here on my computer. The October was not. Yeah, no, I like my shirt too. Somebody said.
Pink Floyd, I think.
Yeah, dark side of the solar flares. The October was not as bad as the August and May. May was the biggie. August was close. October was notable. I believe we also had, it was night and early morning our time here in Washington State.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, I know the hydro people are going to call me.
Interesting. And is that because of the fluctuation of their grid, you were saying?
Yeah, they they were having trouble maintaining a fix throughout their, just, the boats moving around in the sound. And
when you
so
say the hydro, you mean hydrographic surveyors?
the hydrographic survey folks are the ones that work around the clock often. There's some mining robotics, some robotic delivery vehicles that they just stop when they're not fixed.
Okay. Wow. Wow. Yeah. Interesting. Really, really fascinating activity. And I don't see any more questions. That's my image I use to explain refraction to my kids. Somebody just put there that prism is something that's used to explain that to their kids. So that's great. You're going to join us in the panel, I believe.
I guess so.
Gavin. Yeah. So I look forward to that and further chatting.
Right
again,
on.
Real interesting talk, and I think something that maybe a lot of us just take for granted. And obviously, we need to be thinking and looking, and appreciate also showing us those different tools and predictive tools that one could use, especially those working in that drone environment and so on. So thanks again.
All right, live long and process.
Very good. Okay, I think we're now going to go back to our commercial screens, and then we'll have one more talk, and then we'll move into our panel session. So thank you, everyone.
NV5 Geospatial is a full-services geospatial firm. We do everything from data collection via remote sensing technology, as well as data processing, data analysis, scientific interpretation, and software visualization. Our geospatial data helps our clients answer the questions of where, how much, and should I be worried about it? The acquisition of remote sensing data comes in many forms, such as photo imagery, thermal infrared imaging, hyperspectral imaging. We also collect Lidar, which is laser-derived data points in three-dimensional space. Once we process data to a point that we can work with it, we deploy a suite of analytics. Sometimes we're looking at one location over time to see how it might change. Sometimes we're able to look at millions of assets at once and feed that into a machine learning environment. Because a human eye can't see a million locations all at one time, this computer can recognize patterns that aren't available to the human eye and see things that we can't. That type of information is very powerful for our customers. Using the geospatial data, we develop advanced analytics that inform the client so they may understand what's going on and then prioritize and strategize an optimal course of action. This type of geospatial innovation allows us to solve problems for our clients that were either too expensive for them to address, too time-consuming to carry out, or wasn't even previously possible. NV5 Geospatial can solve a wide variety of problems with our analytics. Everything from quantifying water usage, identifying habitat for endangered species, managing operations of the
Right away starter. What does it say?
Hello, Mark. How are you?
Hey, not too bad, Tim. How are you doing?
Good, good. I'll just introduce you. So our next presenter, Mark has over 45 years of experience in the aviation industry, both as a commercial pilot, actually 48 years, and as a licensed aircraft maintenance engineer for 45 years. You've been a busy guy with lots of interesting background there. His career started in aerial survey, known throughout the industry for his honest, dedicated, and work ethic. Mark has developed a reputation providing his clients with knowledge, unbiased guidance, and advice. Mark continues to head the company, which we're going to hear about, steering its business development, innovation, and safety council. Mark also personally supports many R&D projects and sustainable fuel initiatives for the general aviation industry. And Mark, I very much am looking forward to your talk, and I will give the floor to you and shut my video off.
Okay, well, that's great. And thanks so much, Tim. 48 years, who's counting, right? So let me start my screen sharing. Which one am I screen sharing? This one here. Is that correct? Yeah. Just let me know, Tim, if you see what you're supposed to see here.
Yes, I do. Looks good.
Oh, okay, great. So hello, everyone. Again, my name is Mark Kalis, and I'm the president of CAZ Aviation here in Montreal. And I just want to take a quick moment to thank the folks at CANEX 2025 and for inviting me, and for Tim for moderating this great webinar. Thanks so very much. So as you mentioned, CAZ is a part of Hexagon, and we have a fleet of multi-engine aircraft that are uniquely modified to accommodate many types of sensors for all of our customers. We're a Canadian air operation, and our operations are approved throughout North America, South America, Central America, including the Caribbean, and we've recently added Europe and Africa to it. So I want to welcome everybody to my little presentation that I like to call Aerial Survey 101. I just hope to offer a little bit of insight on the complexities of not only planning for an aerial survey project, but also evaluating the right aircraft for the right job, and always with a strong view of safety. So, as Tim mentioned, just a little bit about myself. I am a commercial pilot and aircraft maintenance engineer. And before getting started today, I kind of like to look back a bit on the good old days. So I started in the industry back in 1980, and I look back to my first deployment, which was in the South Sudan in Africa. And believe it or not, we had the same type of aircraft we're still using today. Back in those days, we didn't have GPS. We navigated either with an old Doppler system or just looking out the bubble windows, looking over the ground to identify features, while I was reading a rolled up mosaic map with a line drawn on it, telling me where I'm supposed to be. Even the high altitude photo jobs that we did with the same unpressurized piston powered aircraft at 30,000 feet plus, all we had was the drift site to navigate with. And I often remember being in the Arctic, and the aircraft up there, they were still equipped with backup celestial navigation using a sextant. So now I was never really trained for it, but I always admired the old timers who still knew how to use that celestial navigation. So basically, a lot has changed in the business, especially with the advancements in the sensors and the equipment technology, but that hasn't automatically translated into the same advancements in aerial safety. So today, we just want to look at how everyone in this audience can contribute to the process of aerial collection with safety in mind. I guess I can push this button here too, can I? So listen, the first part of any project is gathering information, sharing of critical information about the area of interest so that we can all evaluate the project. We have to ensure that we've considered all the variables and the complexities of the project. As the aircraft provider, we need to know what equipment is desired so we can consider things like the weight of the equipment, the power requirements of the equipment, the size, and other issues, just to ensure that the aircraft can accommodate the equipment and safely operate in all conditions, especially in emergency situations. So this slide just kind of shows a quick look at all the pieces of information that we generally have to get before we can even start the process. So, at the very beginning of any project, it starts with activating what we call our job safety analysis. Some people call it a risk safety assessment. So we need to get all that information about the topography, the location of the area of interest. We always like to get like a KML of the block so we can look over the Google Maps and see exactly what the area looks like. Now, once we get the KML, then we can overlay the flight lines onto our aviation maps. And that helps us so we can look over any restrictions that we need to know about, any protected areas. There's some of the restricted areas, they're called TFRs, temporary flight restrictions, obstacles in the area, challenges that we might have if we have to consider emergency landing sites, and where's the closest airports to operate out of to get into the area of interest. So I want to talk a little bit about these restricted areas, because the TFRs seem to pop up at the worst possible times. And when they're active, they prevent us from flying basically in the ground us until the area clears. So here's a good example of a temporary flight restriction. I think you'll all recognize the Washington, D.C. area. I remember we did a project, a bathy project over the Potomac River, and that survey took us right over the White House. So the preparations needed to get permissions for this type of flight were so complex that it even included flying with an armed security agent. And he also reminded us that he was authorized to take extreme measures if we decided to do something crazy over the White House. So needless to say, the planning for this project was intense. But we're also seeing a lot of challenges coordinating with air traffic control and the various government authorities. Often our projects are close to built-up areas. Those built-up areas have airports close by. And as luck would have it, when the weather is good for collection, it's also good for all the other air traffic. And so we're often right in the path of the airlines taking off and landing. So here's an example of what we see as the pilots on some of our screens when we see all the other traffic that's around us when we fly. And so you can really see how congested it is. That you can sort of see the little blue airplane over on the left side of the slide, and that's us in the airplane. So, needless to say, getting the cooperation from air traffic control is paramount in many of these situations. And what we're seeing is becoming imperative that our end clients, the folks that are putting these surveys out for tender, whether they're provincial, federal, or state authorities, we need their support in providing what we call support letters. So these support letters will identify the agency who's asking for the survey and why. This opens the door for the dialogue that we can have with the authorities and start to give them the information that they need so they can accommodate our flight. Now, it's funny, when we talk about accommodations, I'm reminded again, when we were flying an area over Los Angeles, and air traffic control was able to do an unimaginable accommodation for us. And if you look at this screen here, you can see us flying, and you can see all the airlines that they had to route around us so that we could stay online. So believe it or not, ATC was incredibly accommodating. Now, this isn't always the way, but it sure is nice when we get that kind of help. Now, in contrast, the Canadian airspace is becoming increasingly difficult as we're seeing staff shortages, especially during favorable weather, and it's really becoming a challenge. That support letter that we get from the government agency will definitely enlighten the controllers and tell them of the importance of what we're doing. But pre-planning doesn't often work. I remember contacting the manager of an air traffic control region with my support letter, telling him what it is we're doing and why. And he says, I don't care if the Queen of England writes it. We're too busy to accept a survey flight in your zone today. So despite having good weather, we couldn't fly that day. So that kind of coordination is becoming really, really challenging. So when we get the parameters of the job from our clients, we really like it when they give us this kind of detail. They'll tell us all kind of information that we need to know about the flight plan that they've made. They'll give us their ground speed limitations, the flying altitudes that they're requesting. They'll give us indications about the highest obstacles and the lowest terrain clearance. It really helps us so that we can really picture what it is that we're going to be asked to do in the airplane. Now, we're often seeing with clouds restricting us on so many jobs, many of our customers will give us two flight plans, primary and the secondary. And the secondary flight plan is a lower flight plan. And it's interesting because this will allow us to fly, get underneath the clouds, but there is going to be some compromises to it. So the lower flight plan, we have to look at the risk assessment for both altitudes when we have this option. But remember, when we're flying lower, it means more flight lines. More flight lines means more flight hours, and more flight hours means increased cost. But, often getting the collection done on time outweighs some of those increased operational costs. So with the information that we've gathered at this point, we can continue with our pre-risk analysis and see the potential issues. So, the comment here is always be prepared to be caught off guard. And that's exactly what we're faced with in a lot of cases. So the next phase that we have to do is we have to evaluate what equipment are you asking us to put into the aircraft. Now, often we don't get a lot of information other than the general weights and dimensions, but that's becoming more commonplace now. So if you have a look at this equipment that we're asked for, this is the Leica Hawkeye deep water bathymetric system. And when you look at this system, it's fairly large, requires two large format camera ports. It's going to need a pretty fair size airplane to accommodate the dimensions and the weight. And we're told that it has an enormous electrical power requirement. We also need to receive the technical specs for the system that includes the safety data sheet. And that's just to make sure that the standards for that equipment are suitable, not only for the installation in an aircraft, but the connections with the aircraft power. From this, we prepare the aircraft, and here's what it looks like when we get it in the airplane. And it's pretty tight, but it all gets in there and it all fits safely. And I'm sure when you look at that, you're probably wondering about egress, saying, how does the pilot get out of the airplane in an emergency? Well, we even thought of that too. Our airplanes have got extra doors installed. That one in the front is an extra emergency exit just for that purpose, to be able to do those kind of jobs. So, After we've gathered up all this information, we're now ready to get into a more in-depth job safety analysis. And that's really to establish if there are any risks that may have possible limitations, not only on the aircraft, but on the crew when we perform these missions. And this is what we use to identify the safety risk, but more importantly, trying to find ways to mitigate the risk. So during the process, we believe everyone should be involved in this analysis process. So because it gives a whole lot more visibility and understanding amongst all the parties for the project, so we can interact and react as a team when the challenges are encountered. So let's take a moment and just recap what have we done so far. We've identified the area to be flown, the topography, some of the risks, the heights to be flown, whether we have a high flight plan or a low flight plan, the ground speeds that's required. We've identified the equipment, and we know what kind of an airplane we're going to need to get all that in. So the next phase is let's go shopping and let's see what kind of airplane we can get. So there's many choices available when it comes to your aircraft provider. There's old aircraft, new aircraft, piston engine aircraft, turbine powered aircraft, single engine and multi-engine aircraft. But what I want to look at today is really to evaluate the aspects of single engine aircraft versus the multi-engine aircraft. So when we look at the aircraft selection, you know, there's a bunch of characteristics that we can pretty much assume from the both types of aircraft. The single engine aircraft are typically going to be lighter, more fuel efficient, lower operating cost, easier to maintain. They're going to come with some disadvantages. They might not be able to carry big equipment. They might not have the power capabilities. They might not be able to handle adverse weather when they have to transit to different areas. And there's going to be a vulnerability to that one engine should it fail. The multi-engine aircraft, the redundancy with the power plant gives a lot of extra safety factors, often greater payload, better performance in some cases, and better adverse weather capabilities if we have to get to an area of interest in a hurry and there's weather in front of us. Often the multi-engine aircraft will have better capabilities for adverse weather. Some of the disadvantages, multi-engine aircraft are going to be more complex, requiring a lot more maintenance. Fuel consumption is going to be more when you consider two engines versus one. There's a greater cost affecting some of the decision making. So now we have seen a lot of advancements in engine technology that have really brought the turbine engines into the single engine capabilities, and it's greatly changed the landscape when you're deciding on a single engine option. And so I'm sure that a lot of you have seen this type of aircraft, for example, the Cessna Caravan. So of interest, though, the turbine-powered aircraft often burn more liters of fuel on one engine than both of the piston-powered aircraft do combined. And we need to consider that when we look at the balance between the cost of the operation and the comparison with the models. We've seen projects that we've been on with turbine-powered aircraft, and they may be restricted to around 4.5 to 5 hour flights, whereas the piston-powered aircraft can get maybe 6 to 7 hour flights because of the difference in fuel burn. We're seeing many areas, both in Canada and abroad, where the gas for piston engine aircraft, called avgas, is not always reliably available. The biggest reason is really the increased environmental challenges relating to the transportation of and the volatility of the fuel. Avgas is more volatile than jet fuel, so it's treated differently as a hazardous material. Both fuels are very flammable, just one is more volatile. So, you know, we often assume that the airports we're going to operate of that say they have fuel, we always now are routinely calling the airport for a couple of reasons. One, to be sure they actually have the fuel they say they have, and two, to see how long it takes to restock the airport supplies for fuel. And this is a challenge for both types of fuel, as the transportation of the fuel, especially to smaller airports or remote areas, is getting limited. Although cumbersome, the situation is not prohibitive. In many areas, we actually have to ship fuel in drums, and it takes some pre-planning to have the fuel on site when the weather opportunities are there. But I can tell you, we've been able to arrange fuel for practically anywhere in the world. It just takes good organization and pre-planning. Now, when jet fuel is the factor and that you've considered, and twin engine is considered the safer option for the project, we now have a twin-engine turbine-powered aircraft with our newly acquired Britten-Norman Defender. And the twin turbine aircraft, does come with increased cost, but the added safety with the turbine engines and the twin engine can outweigh the cost on certain projects. So fuel is becoming the biggest consideration these days for choosing the right aircraft. So some of the factors that you want to look at to influence your aircraft choice, we talked about some of the operational challenges. If you have to get to an area of interest in a rush situation because of some weather anomaly, and there's weather in between, sometimes you have to consider if the aircraft is capable to get there in a hurry. Fuel requirements, obviously we just talked about that, what type of fuel is going to be readily available in your area. Looking at the terrain is going to be a big factor. Over water surveys has specific requirements, and flying over mountains and big treed areas is going to be something that you have to think when you're choosing the right aircraft. Electrical load is always going to be an issue. Single engine sometimes don't have the same kind of power requirements as a twin engine that'll have two sources. However, they are having a lot of modifications on single engine that have backup systems, although they are dependent on the engine being running. The multi-engine aircraft, can accommodate, a lot more systems at times if they're bigger and more powerful. And I always recount a job that we did down in Haiti, and it was my personal record. When we were down there, we operated 5 different systems at the same time. We had LiDAR, thermal imaging, hyperspectral, and some cameras working all at the same time. So when those kind of jobs are up, you need to know, you need to have an aircraft that has all that capability. And then, of course, factors, regarding to cost and budget constraints is also going to be a big factor when you're evaluating the right aircraft for the right job. So when we look at some of the safety concerns, when we look at single engine, the single engine having only one engine does have limited options for remote and hazardous terrain, things to think about, especially complications over the water if you were to have an engine failure. There's going to be sometimes single engine will have less operational capabilities or to get to the areas that you need to get to. We talked about electrical load constraints. One of the other things we think about often is our friends that we share the air with are birds. Birds have always been a problem for us aircraft. But if you had a single engine one and if you look at the slide I'm popping up here, a bird strike in the nose of the aircraft where the engine is could have quite a damaging effect on the operation of the engine. So there's a little bit more risk to consider when we talk about bird strikes. And who would have thought that recently we're also talking about drone strikes. Down in California, we saw an aircraft get hit with a drone. So these are now becoming pretty big considerations that we have to think about and try to mitigate it in our safety analysis. Multi-engine aircraft, safety concerns, they're definitely going to be higher maintenance. They're going to require a lot more operational costs. And some of the areas that we operate in, when you think about hot, damp, corrosive environments, it's going to create a lot of mechanical issues for a multi-engine aircraft that has more complex systems. The operating cost is a big part in decision making. When you look at an aircraft that has 2 engines, the pilot training required to handle asymmetric thrust if you had to fly in one engine is going to change. So you need to have that kind of training and that risk of being able to handle the aircraft when it loses an engine to fly on one engine. So some of the performance risks are going to be, and often when we talk about multi-engine, we talk about the risk of being on one engine. So let's just take a look at talking about a multi-engine aircraft. So as soon as we select multi-engine, it doesn't mean it's a catch-all to end-all for the safety risks. Not all multi-engine aircraft are the same. Most multi-engine aircraft are considered capable of maintaining altitude on one engine. But when you consider risk mitigation, that's not really enough. We need to consider if an aircraft can climb on one engine. So we often have obstacles or hills to climb to get our way back to the airport. So a multi-engine aircraft on one engine needs to be able to climb. And when we consider an aircraft's capability to climb on one engine, we always need to consider the worst case scenario, not the best case. The worst case is you're at full gross weight you're in very hot conditions, and that's when you lose the engine. So when you look at that, we have to be sure that the aircraft can climb in those conditions. So let's take a look at some graphs and see what we're talking about here. This graph just simply illustrates you've got an aircraft that's operating out of an airport that's 3,000 feet above sea level. The temperature is plus 30 degrees Celsius, kind of hot, and it's at full gross takeoff weight. So in this graph, we can see that if we were on one engine, our climb would be about 90 feet per minute. Not bad, it's at least in the positive, but it may not be enough in all situations. Here we're operating down in Costa Rica, and so in those kind of temperatures, 90 feet a minute might not be enough to really get what we need. So how can we mitigate that? What can we do? So there's a couple of things that we can do that can affect the performance on one engine, and that's within our control. And so if you think about the two items, it's weight and temperature. So in the same graph, if we look at reducing the weight of the aircraft, maybe taking out some non-mission critical things, maybe reducing some fuel if we had to, but getting the aircraft lighter by as little as 500 pounds, we can gain another 80 feet a minute climb on one engine. That definitely is an improvement. But then if we also think about temperature, that's in our control. If you think about if we chose to fly earlier in the morning when before the temperatures get too hot. So the same situation, by just reducing 10 degrees on the same flight in the same conditions, we can get close to 200 feet per minute climb on one engine. So that's definitely an improvement and definitely something to consider when you're working with a multi-engine aircraft. One of the other critical aspects that I like to talk about with aircraft operation is to emphasize flight watch while the aircraft's on site. I've often thought, it'd be really bad to have a forced landing in a remote area, but it'd be even worse if you couldn't find me. Many people use commercially available programs to track the aircraft, like Flight Radar 24, which is an ADS-B-based system, but ADS-B has outages, and it works on the aircraft's line of sight with ground-based antennas. So we see many gaps, and there's nothing more heart-stopping than seeing the aircraft on the screen disappear. So it's important to have satellite-based tracking systems that use like the Iridium satellite system. This ensures that the aircraft that we have visibility of the aircraft while in flight anywhere in the world. And I believe that everyone involved in a project should take part in flight watch. You can see that at any given moment, you can see the aircraft's position through latitude and longitude. You can see its altitude. You can see the speed that he's at, and you can see the heading he's on. So this way we can pinpoint the aircraft's location at any time if a rescue is required. So just to kind of sum up some of our conclusion and some of our recommendations, looking at single-engine aircraft, they're often more cost-effective. They do have some higher risks in some areas, especially over water and high-risk airspace. Multi-engine aircraft have safer redundancy systems, but increased complexity and cost. Size, weight, electrical load capacity needs to be verified when you choose your aircraft. The operational terrain you're going to be operating is going to be critical for your survey to decide which is the right aircraft. And bird and drone strike risk certainly highlights the benefit of having some of those redundancies with your engine systems. So recommendations, we always recommend to start every project with a detailed and a cooperative job safety analysis to identify all risks. Tailor your aircraft choice to the mission needs and the terrain. Invest in training, especially for water-based emergency scenarios. And don't let the cost outweigh the various safety considerations. My final thoughts is just safety really is a proactive effort. It has to balance your operational efficiencies with preparedness. The best preparations are achieved through a good cooperative job safety analysis and risk sharing. And the cost of an expensive aircraft, when you think about it, with an expensive sensor, is nothing compared to the price of the safety of our crew. My dad always said the three best ways to be sure the job gets done is to prepare, prepare, prepare. So that wraps up my my little presentation, and then I'll just hand it out to the floor to see if there's any questions.
Well, Mark, thank you very much. That was a real informative talk. And perhaps there's a lot of end users of LiDAR out there that aren't, never really think too much about the, what aircraft was used for some of these big surveys and so forth. So you've really, really enlightened us in terms of some of the differences, the considerations, and so forth. I especially liked your example there of the, assuming you're only on one engine, how much lift can you have, and the consideration of weight versus temperature. Real interesting stuff. Anybody with questions, please put them in the Q&A spot. As we wait for somebody to do that, Mark, you mentioned a few times there about considerations over water. And obviously we fly a Topo-Bathy system, and sometimes we need to go out to fly an island that is offshore and so forth. Could you just talk a little bit about what the regulations are and the recommendations are around jobs such as that, where we're in the flying around water?
Yeah, that's a great question. The worldwide recommendation about single engine aircraft over the water is looking at the glide distance of the aircraft at that altitude back to shore. So if you think about the average Bathy job, we're flying at about 1,200 to 1,500 feet. The glide ratio for a single engine airplane is really only about 2 nautical miles. So after you're beyond the shore of more than 2 nautical miles, if you had an emergency and you lost your engine, you are probably not going to make it back to shore, in which case you really have to consider that you're going to be making a forced landing on the water. And so any of those situations, every aircraft in those situations, you should have on board like a life raft for your crew to be able to handle the crew that you have on board. I always make sure that my crew have wear their life jackets. Don't just have them on board, wear them. You don't want to be fumbling around for that if you did have to make a forced landing. But then if you think about flying over the water, what kind of water? If you did end up doing a forced landing in the water and the water temperatures, like in Florida, was pretty warm, you have the time before hypothermia sets in. You have time for a search and rescue. You have time to find your way and get into your raft and be able to hang out until somebody comes to get you. Up in northern Canada, off the shore of Norway, something like that, water is very cold. So in those cases, we even have to wear suits for that.
Survival suits?
Survival suits for that, exposure suits for that. Because if you did have to do a forced landing in the water, you don't have a lot of time to get yourself organized. So when we're preparing for jobs over the water, especially with Bathy, the best thing you can do is really prepare yourself. Have your risk mitigated, have good training. Imagine some of the single engine aircraft that you're operating have a fixed gear, and depending on the seas that they're touching down on, and that gear digs in, that aircraft might flip over. So are you guys trained to be able to get out of the airplane, find your way with an airplane possibly submerged upside down, get out of the aircraft, get into your life raft, and get yourself organized? So that's all about training. We call that egress training. So the advent of all this improvements on engines has really gotten the turbine so reliable that we've become a bit complacent when we think about going over the water. But one engine is one engine. So the best thing you can do is really prepare yourself for any of those kind of emergency situations. The multi-engine, yeah, as long as the aircraft has the performance and can climb on one engine and make it back to home base, the multi-engine does give you a lot more coverage, and especially depending on the kind of water you're going to be operating around.
Right. I see here we have one. Mark, you mentioned a lot of things that are helpful to have when planning a mission. Is there anything that you wish project planners, managers provided when coordinating with you?
Well, like we talked about, like the biggest thing is as much information as we can possibly get. In the past, I got to tell you, when I first got into business, we got surprised a lot. Just show up on site, you'll be fine. It's a job that's easy to do. We get to the job, we find out that the terrain and a lot of the areas that we fly around don't have the kind of maps that we have here in North America. And we've arrived at these sites with very little information that we can use. We get there and we look at the terrain and say, my God, man, that's not an airplane job. You need a helicopter to do that. And so there we've gone and positioned the aircraft all the way there. and we're not really able to do the job properly, or we have a lot of challenges. So definitely that kind of information in advance, so we can really pre-plan to make sure we have no surprises when we get there. And the other thing that we've been caught off guard, and that's where that 2 flight plan rule, when we had 2 different flight plans, we ended up on a job, and it was down in the Caribbean, and it was on an island that was not a whole lot of relief information for us. The flight was going to be about 5,500 feet. We had lots of clearance for obstacles. When we got there, the locals said, "Did you not know the clouds never raise above 2,500 feet? Yeah. How come you're down here thinking you're going to do a job at 5,500 feet?" So immediately we had to force, with the planning, suddenly, on the fly, our client pushed down to about 2,500 feet. 2,500 feet, if we had known that in advance, we might have maybe pre-planned a few things. And I'll tell you why. At that altitude, you're getting much closer to the ground, not much closer to obstacles, but more importantly, much closer to where the wildlife hang out, the birds. So right. Sure enough, we were in the area and we did get hit with a bird. Now, if we had have really pre-planned for that, we might have had maybe a second pilot to look out the window for birds or obstacles while the pilot's flying. You're pretty busy in those kind of environments. So again, the more information we get to talk about the job, and the more criteria, and we talked about speed as well. Often they'll say the speed is normally between 120 and 140 knots. But then when we get there, they say, well, what we really want is 120 knots or 100 over the ground. Well, that's very hard sometimes for an aircraft with the wind. So a lot of those things is really clarifying the parameters of the job before we leave, so we're well prepared for it.
Communication, communication, communication.
And like my dad says, prepare, prepare, prepare. So yeah, you got to prepare for everything. So
great, Mark. I see another one here. What recommendations would you make for a company acquiring a new aircraft for LiDAR acquisition? Which single engine and twin engine aircraft would you consider the best in terms of safety, operating costs, and overall efficiency?
Well, that's a great question, and I mean it's like the age-old question, especially when we're talking about survey. So the single engine, if we cut to the chase, especially in Canada, depending on where the area you are, when we get up in the high north, there's very difficult times to get the avgas that we need if you're going to choose a piston engine aircraft. So that is becoming one of the biggest factors. If you're regularly going to be working up there and fuel is going to be a problem, you might go towards a turbine power. Right off the bat, getting a turbine powered aircraft is going to be more cost to buy. Fact. So we've chosen an aircraft that balances cost, efficiency, performance, and reliability with our multi-engine Navajos, for example. They're also turbocharged, so we can get up high if we need to. And but they're subject to getting avgas. So we've had challenges. If the single engine is an option, which definitely reduces a lot of the cost, a lot of the maintenance cost, then you really got to think of, if it's going to be turbine powered, it's going to be a lot of money to buy it. And not only that, a lot of money to put the mods in it to be able to put the sensors in. So depending on the job, depending on the speed requirements of what your system is, the kind of altitude you're going at, you really got to be very careful about which aircraft you choose. The Caravan's been a fantastic airplane for single engine, and the Navajo is the industry standard. Like I said, back in 1980, when I got into business, there I was over in Africa. What was I working on? A Piper Navajo, the exact airplane we had today, 45 years ago, So those are the aircraft that stand the test of time. But there is a lot of aircraft coming out now. Again, cost is a factor to buy them, but there are a number of multi-engine aircraft that are coming out. They're smaller, very efficient, and very reliable. But the cost to buy them is the factor that you got to think if you've got the budget to buy the aircraft, the capital outlay.
Great. Well, it's not often we get a man of your experience and wealth of knowledge that we can ask these kind of questions that I imagine to a lot of LiDAR users there, again, not necessarily things they think about, but anybody with a sensor or anybody that is very interested in how does it all work? How does the sensor and the aircraft provider come together? How does the planning work? How does the execution happen? And of course, as you described, there's always surprises. There's always, low clouds, bad weather at this area of interest. Let's go to this area of interest. That's what also fascinates me is the amount of flexibility that actual operations teams have to go through. And obviously, being a LiDAR operator, they can make suggestions, but ultimately it's up to the pilot where they fly and how they fly. So it's great to have a good team. I know that is a key aspect of getting a job done efficiently and effectively, and with safety as the number one concern.
Yeah, that's great. Great points, because when you think about it, it really depends on what area you're going to be flying. In our case, we have to provide a service pretty much anywhere around the world. So you have to have an airplane that can get there. Mm-hmm. And if there was a disaster and somebody needed us to deploy urgently, very quickly, we might have weather in between. You got to have an airplane that has the all-weather capabilities to get to that disaster site in a hurry to provide the services that your client's asking for. So, it's really hard to just generically say what's the best airplane to look at when you get into the business. You really got to think of where you're going to be doing, what kind of work are you going to be doing, and put all those pieces together. Because in the case of us, we've got to fly pretty much anywhere at any time and practically overnight. So you've got to have the right aircraft and well equipped to be able to get there when the client is demanding it, especially in those kind of disaster situations like hurricanes and whatnot. So.
Yes. Here's a quite a specific one. What is your opinion on a Partenavia? I'm probably not pronouncing that right. A P.68 for acquisition.
We know that aircraft. I've often thought about the Partenavia, and what's kind of funny is I looked at the Partenavia years ago because it had even turbine engine option. So the thing about the Partenavia and is with any aircraft. The reason I didn't buy one is because it was too small, and it's just a fact. If I'm going to be able to carry very large systems, we looked at that Hawkeye deep water system. That won't fit in the Partenavia. That's just a fact, and the engines are smaller, so they might not have the kind of power requirement. So the Partenavia is a great little airplane. It's been a stalwart with doing all kinds of highway patrols and stuff like that. It's very economical to run. It's 2 engines. You can get the turbo version, so you can get up a little higher. But everything is just about its weight carrying capability and its ability to get somewhere. It's a fixed gear, so it might take a little while to get to where you want to be. But it's a great airplane, very stable, and can get in and out of a lot of little strips. So it's a neat airplane. But again, if you're considering all different kinds of equipment, then you better think of an airplane that has the weight carrying capability and the power to fit it all in and to operate it. We looked at some airplanes. By the time we put the equipment in, we couldn't have any fuel. We didn't have enough weight to put any fuel in. We carried the system, but you couldn't get anywhere with it. And we put long-range fuel tanks in our airplanes, and that's just horrific weight when we start adding more fuel. So the more fuel you add, the less the system you can carry. So trying to find that right balance, it's a challenge. That's probably the biggest part of the job, is to analyze your needs and find the right aircraft for your mission. It really is a bit of a specialty, and I sort of pride myself in that. That if the client comes to me, give me all the parameters, I'll give you the pros and cons of which aircraft can and can't do what you need it to be done. So.
Yeah, no, I bet. So, Mark, what is your fleet? Like, how many aircraft do you folks have?
Well, so we've got the Navajos, both the smaller ones and the larger Chieftains. So we got 6 of those. Okay. And then we newly acquired our Britten-Norman Defender. That's a turbine-powered twin engine. And that was really acquired for a very specific need. So we believe operating up in the Arctic on those gravel strips, doing bathymetric for that coastline up there, we're going to need an aircraft that's uniquely equipped for that. We bought it for that type of project. Going over the water, we've got long-range fuel tanks. We can have a range of almost 10 hours with that aircraft. So when you're operating in very challenging environments and you have a very small window of opportunity to collect, we wanted to have an aircraft that could capitalize every minute of availability we had. And the maintenance on that is fixed gears, so it's very reliable. We had plans up in the Arctic where we have 24 hours of daylight in the bathy collection season, we can basically run 3 flights a day all night long. It's 24 hours of daylight. So having an aircraft that has those kind of capabilities is what we're looking for. So, but it's very specific. It's kind of slow. So if we had to get all the way to Australia, it's going to take a while to get there. It's just not that fast. So if you're looking for a collection that's higher, fast flying up at high altitude, it's not the airplane for that. So so again, it was very specific for the need of a very specific client and a very specific mission set. So looking at the right aircraft for your right job is really a big challenge. It's a big exercise.
Yes. Well, Mark, I don't see any other questions. So again, thank you for the really informative talk. Lots of interesting things that maybe our audience hasn't thought about too much. But I'm sure we've all coming away a little smarter and a little more knowledgeable about the aircraft side of things to fly these sensors. So thank you very much, and pleasure listening to it.
Oh, thanks so very much, everybody. Have a great rest of the talk today.
Okay, take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
How do I
Hi again.
Yes, yes. Hello, hello. Ken, nice to see you, Kenneth.
Hi, Tim. Yeah, always good seeing you.
And Alex, likewise, nice seeing you. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. I guess me as the moderator responsible for that short commercial break there on the last session, but I thought it's been a very good day of some real interesting talks. I've learned I've learned a bunch of stuff, and that's what it's all about, I think, these sessions. So we're now into our panel session, and I would like to thank Charles and Gavin for continuing on with us here, who presented earlier, are now part of the panel. And I'd like to welcome Alex and Ken, and I'll just briefly introduce these gentlemen since we haven't heard from them today. Alex is with Eagle Engineering and holds a Bachelor of Science in Geodesy and Geomatics Engineering with a focus on cadastral surveying from UNB and a diploma from Geomatics Engineering from COGS, Central Geographic Sciences in Nova Scotia, just 10 kilometers down the road from where I am. Alex has performed numerous survey and reality capture projects across Canada, as well as a founding committee member of Go Geomatics Expo and the Go Geomatics Slam Scan-Off of 2023 and the Can Slam Circuit of 2024. Currently a member of the Reality Capture Network, the Canadian Remote Sensing Society, and XYZ Magazine listed him as 24 of the young geospatial professionals to watch for in 2024. So welcome, Alex. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Good to be back with you again.
And Kenneth is a project manager and geomatics lead at Terra Remote Sensing in British Columbia. He holds a bachelor's degree in geomatics engineering from BCIT and is an RPAS pilot, remotely piloted aerial systems, I think RPAS, with more than 10 years of industry experience in survey, remote sensing, geodesy, and RPAS applications. He oversees the RPAS program and georeferencing efforts at Terra Remote Sensing. So Kenneth, welcome and nice to see you again.
Thanks, Tim. Very warm welcome.
So gentlemen, I have a few questions put forward. My apologies for not getting them to you earlier, but we will we'll show the audience that we're not too pre-canned on this discussion. So first, what I'd like to do is open it up to each of you to have a little bit of free time. Do you have any news or insights from your industry, government, academia perspective that you'd like to share with the community that either you didn't have a chance in your talk or that you're not sure it's going to come up during our question discussion, and that you'd really like to make sure people know about it? So maybe we'll go in the order that I see on the screen here, and first I'll ask Alex, is there any, what's new? Anything?
Yeah, great. Thank you for asking. So the thing I'm most excited about right now is actually a project that we're doing with Eagle Engineering Consulting. We've just covered almost 8,000 kilometers worth of ground in Newfoundland to map out telecommunication network systems there. It was a successful project. It was going to take us, I think it was 3 years to do it the old conventional way. We estimated 3 months for data collection, and then we did it in just over a month.
Wow.
So yeah, it was very successful. And the data, it's an incredible amount of it, but we churned it out. We've churned it, we've processed it, churned it out, and we're sorting through it faster than we anticipated. So yeah, no, things are going wonderfully. Thanks for the opportunity to brag.
Yeah, no, very good. Charles, we heard a great talk earlier today from you and David Belanger. Any additional comment or anything new you want to tell the audience about?
At the top of my head, what I'm thinking of is maybe the different products that are, being put together and disseminated by our organization that I haven't had the time to discuss earlier. So the Canadian Hydrospatial Network, which is a new, the replacement of the former National Hydro Network. It can be seen as the replacement of it, and it's mostly relying on LiDAR data for like 80% of the layers are derived directly from LiDAR. In a similar way than the USGS is doing with the 3D elevation derived hydrography. So I invite people to take a look at this product. It's a really nice new product that for which the coverage will increase a lot in future years. That's one example, but also stuff on digital twins as well. So we are, exploring everything related to urban digital twins and putting in place some prototypes that will hopefully to leverage the urban point cloud that we have first, and build from that and build some use cases that will help extract even more information from our foundational geospatial data. So yeah, more to come on that in the future years.
Thank you for mentioning about the hydrographic network. I mean, that's something that when we are working with partner organizations, we often will show them how the LiDAR-derived stream network, in our opinion, is far more accurate than the provincially available hydrographic network derived from photogrammetry. And of course, the big difference being in forested areas where the photo interpreter or the stereo operator, really had a hard time tracking that stream system. So that's a great application of LiDAR technology. And will that also mean that you've got various stream orders to the network as well?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, they are following this taller order, but I'm not really aware of like the details of the model. But as far as coverage, I know they're starting in the Atlantic at first because this is where we have this whole chunk of LiDAR in our national products. This is where the provinces has completed the LiDAR coverage first in the country. So that it's starting from there. And another thing I wanted to mention is the medium resolution DEM that we announced a couple of months ago. So another very good product, which I think will be it's already highly appreciated by users. It can be seen as the replacement of the former Canadian Digital Elevation Model, the former CDEM.
Yep.
So a new national-wide DTM and DSM that's pretty awesome. So another product that you can find on our web pages.
Remind us the resolution of that one again.
It's 30 meters at the moment. Okay. Yeah, it's really it could be a bit less coarser than that, but the purpose is really to have something that you can deal with nationwide for nationwide analysis.
Sure.
So, yeah.
Well, no, I mean, that's a great, in the province of Nova Scotia here, we had, our best data was, sort of, we could get down to a 20-meter grid, but it had, all kinds of artifacts and, stereo plotting artifact issues and so forth. So I think that's going to be fantastic. Gavin, you were with us earlier and gave a really interesting talk on how, the solar activity was influencing GNSS. And I know you write for, Go Geomatics. Is there any additional topics you want to bring up today and discuss? You're muted there, Gavin.
Okay. So a couple of items. This is a LiDAR-centric, event today. So day job related is something that's rather surprised me is, terrestrial photogrammetry. We've all been burned by that in the past. There were things that were not quite ready for prime time. All of a sudden, there's a serious tool. There's the time of flight on a phone, right? Great. You go to map a pump station or a cell, building top cell tower. It can match a scanner at very, very short ranges. But where those systems really struggled was outdoors for, medium site, a surveying site, topographic. Well, we just finished testing on some sites that had previously been scanned with a very large format, very expensive terrestrial scanner. And the handheld, we couldn't tell the difference. in precision or quality.
Handheld photogrammetry.
Handheld photogrammetric based tool. So that's exciting on that side. But what I see, my inner geek going, the multi-sensor stack element of this is going to be astounding. The other one, off-duty, you write for different, tech publications. The Go Geomatics is one of them. About 2 years ago, some survey associations asked me to look into quantum sensing. It's not quantum computing, it's quantum sensing. And so I spent the last 18 months visiting labs and geeking out and talking to developers. UNB is doing quantum gravimetry. Dr. Barrett there, go talk to him. It's fascinating. But the one that caught my mind about this session was the quantum imaging, quantum radar, and quantum LIDAR. For instance, there's a quantum LIDAR that has already been tested for underwater in turbid conditions, the actual LIDAR units under the water.
Okay.
In turbid conditions. And to give you an idea of how bizarre it is, the concept that it's not a photon hitting the sensor. You're actually interrogating a entangled photon out at the object you're mapping. So it's kind of mind blowing. It's a real brain melt, but that will, it's not going to replace sensors. It's going to make sensors more sensitive. So anyhow,
what I have watched on quantum computing, 60 Minutes, other things on YouTube, that entanglement still I struggle a little bit with. But Ken, bring us back to the present here. Gavin, that's great. I want to come back to that quantum stuff in a moment. But Ken, what's new with Terra remote sensing and your field?
Yeah, so as you guys mostly know, I'm the RPAS guy for Go Geomatics and all this stuff, and for Terra Remote too. But traditionally, Terra Remote is a large format aerial mapping company. So, from both perspectives here, I'd like to share what's new here. It's very interesting. From the aerial perspective, we've seen sensors getting, more high resolution, a little bit miniaturized. You put more sensors into it, higher definition, colorized point clouds, all this stuff. And then when you move over to the RPAS side of things, you also see the same thing. It's a convergence of high resolution sensors integrated into more RPAS system. You got the JOQ540, you've got the L2, really, really miniaturized things, but also very accurate, also serves whatever needs you need to do, very miniaturized. But I think what's new on the horizon this year for Transport Canada is they're going to release 2 new licensing categories for RPAS, and one of which will allow you to fly BVLOS, beyond visual line of sight, and the other one will actually allow you to fly RPAS up to 150 kilos. So that is essentially those are helicopter systems. So what I'm really excited to see in both spheres here is the convergence of technology. How would they merge, and what use cases would come out from that? That's something that's going to be really exciting on the Canadian frontier.
Does Terra have some of these large drones, these heavier drones?
We're analyzing what's on the market, and I think it's a step-by-step process where let's see what TC releases out first. Transport Canada release what kind of licensing looks like, where the training, where's the market as well, and what the safety procedures. I think that's very important. And then we can actually invest in getting one, or having a partnership with someone that has one, something like that, right? So
yes.
Yeah, it's something that I've got my eye on for sure.
Yeah, I think it was over the Christmas holiday that there was an announcement made about beyond line of sight, if I recall.
Yes.
It was a little tricky time to since many of us were on holiday, but I remember an announcement, something of that effect. Yeah. Well, great. I have just some other broad questions, really about trends. What do you folks I'm asking you to look at your crystal ball and just tell me what you're seeing in your industry, your area, as far as trends and And so, Alex, maybe we'll start with you. You know, what are the trends you're seeing in mobile mapping market, and you know, what are the typical deliverables that your customers are asking for? We saw a talk from Zeos today talking about the idea of heavy point clouds, big data, but then the delivery being light attributed shape files.
Exactly.
Can you enlighten us a little bit? We didn't really have a talk today on mobile mapping from the
Right.
sessions. So
Sure. Yeah. No, it is very much the same. That they will ask for the point cloud, which is exceptionally heavy, and they'll ask for the images, which are exceptionally heavy. And then yeah, those enriched shape files where we put in all of that information plus the images you can go to get the information that we're reporting back. And it is, yeah, very much that same way. That frustrating bit of, you know, they don't want 3D information, they want 2D information. So I have to remove all the good stuff to give them what they want. Okay.
you'll probably sell it back to them later, maybe.
Well, yeah. So I'm not necessarily complaining, but I definitely have an issue with the value that's being given. Um, and that's it. Like when it comes down to it, the mobile mapping is still very much niche here in Canada. There's only a few, like about a dozen companies I know that are doing it. Um, Anyone that I've talked to has had the similar experience with their clients. And even in the States, I know that they tend to go smaller scale. Their units are comparable to ours. And yeah, but they do much smaller units. But they are more 3D when in their mediums.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, what would you say your clientele are? Are they more municipalities, or you mentioned about Newfoundland utility kind of?
Yeah, so the majority are those large linear infrastructure. So yeah, your typical municipalities and utility infrastructure, whatever that is, communication, water, power, you know, that kind of stuff. And it is just for that fact, you know, we're covering rapid ground really quickly, but we can also pick up those deep. Sorry, I just noticed that like how shiny I am. I'm coming off the flu, so I'm not
Oh,
nervous. I'm just struggling to stay alive. Uh, yeah, so it's just covering that amount of ground quickly, but you know, I could counter that statement by saying aerial lidar will do it faster. Yeah, okay. The point cloud density goes down per square meter or per square whatever. But the other thing that you gain from that ground coverage that you wouldn't get necessarily from the aerial coverage is the ability to have the AI then read all of the signs that you go by, so that now you've got a full documentation of all of the signs that were there as you drove through. And so now humans are just going through verifying the information that's being delivered rather than having somebody go on the ground and confirm that, yes, that's a sign, I think. What does it say? How many signs are on it? La, la, la. So, yeah.
I just drove back from Quebec in the last 2 days, and there definitely are sections of the Trans Canada. I hate to say it, in New Brunswick especially, that are you know, quite rough. I'm just wondering how much of your work is related to the idea of mapping road
Yes.
roughness or potholes and things like that, or is that a market that you folks don't tap into very
Oh,
much?
that's it's one that's gaining a lot of traction. Road condition assessments are easily done through mobile mapping because of the fact that we have that HD imagery. We point it directly down at the ground. Our LiDAR cross sections, we can get them small enough that our sampling cross sections for reporting all of those deviations can be exceptionally small, like 10 centimeter cross sections to give you the profile of the road in that one section. And then we can do that for whatever increments you want all the way through. So historically, a surveyor would look at the worst parts of a road and kind of try to approximate the worst bits. And then optical illusion would, you know, if they can filter it out properly, that's on them. LiDAR, there is none of that. You just
Right.
tell the computer where the worst parts are, and then you work from there, which is amazing. It's nice to be able to have all the answers before you start the work.
Absolutely. I'm going to move now to you, Charles. And
Yeah.
I really I agree with your comment there about how Quebec seems to be leading the way with the wide area flood mapping, and I know just watching RFPs or people bringing them to our attention, there's been quite a bit of river flood map topobathy LiDAR surveys in Quebec. I haven't really kept up to find out, have they been successful? Have they been, and you guys did a great job of talking about how not every water body in Canada is going to be suitable for bathymetric LiDAR. Two questions I'd like you to ask about. One, I'm kind of interested in how some of those river surveys are going. I know Saskatchewan has done quite a bit as well, how they're making out and hopefully successful. And then secondly, what are some of the technical challenges associated with, trying to pull together the national LiDAR collection at the national scale? And I guess it came up in our talk, but also, any comments about artificial intelligence? And I think you guys already sort of answered that during the talk about how you're employing AI or have a team of people that you're working with to look at LiDAR. So I guess I've really thrown three things at you there. Rivers, how that's going, the national strategy, and then any additional comments about AI.
Yeah, these are very good questions. As far as topobathy LiDAR in Quebec, yeah, it has been one of the technology they've been using to really collect the bathymetry data for their flood modeling. Really, it's for them. Like I said in my presentation, it's a tool within the toolkit.
Yeah.
Some of the rivers went very well, like 75-80% of riverbed coverage, which is awesome.
Yep.
Some rivers have been like I would say a riverbed that was a bit lower than that, but still it can be used and it can be fill in using another like river hydro ball or sonar or these types of technologies. It's providing them a good first riverbed coverage, which like as maximized as possible, and it can be bonified afterwards. I know that New Brunswick as well has started. They posted an RFP a couple of months ago, so I know they've been they're aiming to collect portions of the coasts and some rivers as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So we've been helping or supporting these two provinces in those projects, and in fact, it's partly co-funded through FIMP as well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's a small family, it's small world. So we're trying to learn from the experiences from Quebec, and then apply those mitigation actions on the RFP and for New Brunswick, for instance. So learning from all of these experiences is key, I think. Yeah, does that answer your question for topobathy?
Yes, I think so. That's very good. Very good. Yeah. What about the challenges in terms of trying to pull together, the national strategy and all these different LiDAR data sets at the national scale? I mean, you talk about a lot of data. Holy cow, that's a lot of data.
Oh yeah, it is. It is. Well, first I think it would not be feasible as fast as we've been able to do that without our high performance computing environment that we have. So we're leveraging the Government of Canada high performance computing infrastructure to this is where we store, produce, generate everything related to the DMs and the suites of products that's coming from it. So that's helping us a lot, because we're talking about thousands of cores and CPUs, and so that had helped us a lot in recent years. And we've gained some experience, and our team has grown especially with FIMP in recent years. So we've been able to press the gas on producing the DEMs and increasing the elevation coverage. So I think it's very good for all the population, to be honest. Our organization is leveraging it, but we know it's really, really popular and used across the country. So I think it's all positive. as far as challenges, for sure, we gathering all of this data, even though we have the national standard, which is CGVD 2013 and 83 CSRS 2010, there are still provinces that are in EPOC 2002 or even CGVD 28. So we have our system is able to take all of that and to generate everything seamlessly in CGVD 2013. But it's something that we've learned through the years, to build a system that's interoperable, for to deal with all of these data. So yeah, it's one of the challenge among others.
Yes. Yeah. No. Great. Very, very, very interesting. Gavin, back to this quantum lidar. I mean, I remember there a few years ago. Geiger lidar came out, single photon lidar came out, caused quite a stir at GeoWeek, for example, and people wanting to understand what it was about. And I think, for example, the province of Ontario, I believe, where would you put this idea of quantum lidar in you mentioned about underwater and in turbid conditions. So I guess this is where the entanglement thing, as opposed to firing a photon, because I do know a little bit about photons and turbidity, and they don't get along well. You're still muted.
They'll invent the auto unmute. So single photon LiDAR is not in the realm of the quantum physics per se. So what I could give you the 90-second tour of the two basic approaches. You take a laser and you cool an atom, and that slows down all of the subatomic particles, electrons, photons. It slows them down. This is the only time I've ever seen the Kelvin scale used for anything with geomatics.
Okay.
So you've slowed it all down. In that case, they're all so sensitive to their surroundings or other elements that you can do quantum interferometry. An atom is not the nice orbits that we saw in school. No, it's a jittery blob, and the particles act more like waves. So you can actually do interferometry with it. That's where the quantum lidar. But the interferometry is, you're looking at the wave of like an idler against the actual one that's in transit, but also the entanglement. Entanglement is where you've got electron or photon here and one here, and they behave the same. They appear to be the same particle. So you can do interferometry with that. Now that's cold atom interferometry. The gravimetry, like at UNB, you can do accelerometers with it, gravity meters. The other one is where you take a laser and you excite an atom, and one of the particles goes farther away from it than the rest of them. Again, that's super sensitive. So magnetometry, the metal detectors we use in surveying, but also there's applications for that in quantum imaging and LiDAR, and you can also do the entangled properties. What's the spin on this one? How's it behaving? So that's where that's going. So this is a whole different, it's a whole different prospect than like shooting photons through water in conventional methods.
Yeah.
And well, I mean, the big beneficiaries are like medical imaging and everything else in industry. Geomatics, they don't even talk about it. The scientists that I interviewed, like at JPL and all that, go, what's geomatics?
Right.
And I go, well, your quantum radar you're building, that could be used for us for, mapping and modeling things. And he goes, oh yeah, it could. So
I understand you're
gonna,
producing a series of articles. Where can we find, where we'll be able to find those and continue to learn more about this?
yeah, I just submitted it to different publications,
Okay.
and it's I mean, it's 10,000 words. It's a real beast,
Okay.
but yeah, it may be in parts, but the Go Geomatics community will hear about it,
Get a
you
link to
know,
that somehow.
when it gets linked up. Yep.
Ah, very cutting edge. Very cutting edge. Uh, Thank you, Ken. I don't know that you saw my introductory keynote this morning, but I talked a little bit about the sort of, I won't call it explosion, but the recent developments with more and more topobathy lidar sensors being drone enabled. But again, they're on these larger drones. The green T dot, had a unit that could sit on an M300, a Matrice 300 system, but it seemed like they've sort of moved beyond that already and are moving up to a bigger style drone. You already mentioned the two things as far as sort of weight of the drone and the beyond line of sight. Is there other things that are sort of on your radar? And then following that, we have a question from the audience that I'd like to pose to you folks.
I think I could speak about a couple of things here. You know, the RPAS stuff regarding to topo body LiDAR. I think that's really been floated to the mainstream's field of vision here with last year's yellow scan navigator being introduced to the market. I think that's a very, off the shelf first iteration system. And I think when I was talking to one of the resellers last year, when just inquiring about it, because we were always interested in being able to provide multiple different kind of surveys and services, which I'll talk about a little bit in a bit, what Terra does, integrating things. So with regards to top of body LiDAR, I think there's always going to be a power issue.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're talking about a M300, it maxes out at 2.5 kilos or something around there. And once you put a sensor on there, which is 2.5 kilos, and it's its own power supply, you're averaging what, a 30-minute flight. So now you're saying if you want to draw on the drone's power or something, or you have a bigger power supply, then it's going to increase the weight.
Yeah.
So if you increase the weight, now you have to look for a bigger drone. What's on the market? You go shopping. Now you got this conundrum, right? Do you want to use battery powered? Or do you want to use a hybrid? You want to use complete gas powered? What are the costs involved? What are the power supply units involved? How do you jerry rig this thing together to be able to buy these things, right? So there are a lot of components involved. And also when you're talking about topo body LiDAR, I think there's multiple things in there as well. Where are you using it just pure infrared? Or are you using a blue-green scanner? Are you scanning a river, or are you scanning, a turbid river, or are you scanning near shore, salinity kind of plays into it? And then maybe that's not the best scenario, because there are other shallow marine survey options that are available, like what Terra does. We have a whole marine arm on the site here, where maybe at this point in time, technology hasn't really caught up yet. We are still eyeing it very closely, because it is a developing thing. It's exploded over the last few years, as you mentioned, Tim. But right now, where we see is like the marine stuff, where we can go in low tide, play around with tides, and maybe we survey a certain portion with the marine site scans or sonar, however that works. It's not really my expertise. But the other side of things is that then maybe we come in the airborne LiDAR system with RPAS, with helicopter.
Mm-hmm.
And we survey both things, and then now we find a common point to match these two things up. So that's been one of our key strengths we've been developing over the last few years, or actually we celebrated our 25-year anniversary last year. So we've been gearing up towards this point where data fusion, all this stuff, right? And I think early on, I think Alex or Charles, Alex, you touched on aging infrastructure in New Brunswick. And we also see that here at BC, where because it's aging infrastructure, now there's a need for both marine data sets and LiDAR data sets to be merged together. Now you're talking, these are really large data sets. What do we do with them? Maybe our client is a mom and pop shop engineering firm that's been contracted by a larger firm, you know? They're really not going to be able to host these things. So now you're talking about big data sets, high res. Now we want to host these things. So we've developed our own in-house data hosting platform as well, and viewing portal as well. So yeah, there's a lot of trends involved in there in the last few years. It's a very exciting time for LiDAR, you know, in whatever sphere. It's just mushrooming in ways where when I joined BCIT with 09, LiDAR wasn't even like talked about commercially like that, you know? So it's really exciting. Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We've got a few questions in the Q&A here, and one is a real interesting one, especially I think having a government agency in the panel, end users, our American colleague. What do the panelists think about the rising tensions between Canada and the U.S.? There is a possibility of increased trade restrictions or even a trade war. Given the reliance of the Canadian geospatial sector on cross-border collaboration, equipment imports, and technology exchange, what potential impacts do you foresee on the LiDAR service providers and sensor acquisition, or is this just not the case? Maybe we can go around. Alex, quick comment, and if it's not really that relevant to you, that's fine. We can pass along. We've got another question in the queue.
Well, yeah, I'm sure that Charles is going to have a lot more to say on this than I will, and Gavin as well. But when it comes down to it, yeah, what I think about the rising tensions, I think I can skip that part. But when it comes to the trade restrictions, I don't want to go it alone because I mean we've always been friends and partners, but we don't need them. One thing that has always been said is that the Canadian geospatial professionals know their stuff. We buy most of our equipment from Europe. Some of it comes from the United States, but you know, if we got to change, then we got to change. Like, unfortunately, we don't want to do any of this. But if they're going to tie our hands behind our backs, we're just going to go with other options. I don't like having my profession and my country threatened. So I'm more than happy to cut ties if he's going to continue.
So do you guys currently do any business in the U.S. or?
We do, unfortunately. And so like, yeah, we don't want to lose our friends. But what I do? Apologize for being Canadian?
And Charles, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but you know, I know one of the retaliatory actions that's being considered is to make sure, you know, services that the government needs to acquire, the Canadian government, to make sure to restrict that to being just Canadian companies or non-U.S. I should say. And what are your thoughts, being a government employee? And we realize. You know, you may have your hands tied a little bit here, but.
Well, I would maybe just start by saying that my expertise is more on the technical side of things. So I'm less in those you know discussions about the relationship with Canada and US at the moment. I can say that we have a very, very good relationship with people from USGS. They're kind of our counterparts, and we're doing stuff that is very, very similar to what they're doing. And I mean, whether it be for LiDAR, the 3D program, it's very aligned. Even the North American datum, that the new 2022 NatRef, there's discussions on that. There's been discussions for 5 or 7 years now, and it's still ongoing. And even for the hydro network at the transboundary watersheds, I know they're meeting almost monthly with people from USGS. So relationship is really good on the technical side of things. But other than that, I don't think I can go further than that.
Right now, when you guys do up an RFP or help a province do an RFP, there's no restrictions in there currently about must be a Canadian-based firm, I don't think, is there?
No, it can be a U.S. firm as well. Yeah, we're receiving bids from international companies as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gavin, you're our token American on the panel here. What are people? Is anybody paying attention to this in Canada?
Okay.
We're freaking out, So. And if you don't want to comment
It's
on
not. No,
it,
it's not. Not everybody feels that
sure.
any of this is a good thing, and actually, yeah. When populist bluster meets reality, people find out that and then if there's a reaction to it, both parties end up shooting themselves in the foot. But here's a wild card in this whole situation. Now,
Okay.
Canada is, always very mature geospatial. I mean, really mature geospatial, and it blows me away how mature things are, like what y'all are doing in NRCan. And I'm dealing with cobwebs in a lot of agencies here in states. But the wild card in it is the geospatial intelligence, which is where a lot of the high-end technology and development is going on. The U.S. relies on Canadian expertise in that tremendously. A huge chunk of it is from Canada. That's part of the reality that the populist bluster might hit a wall on, at least in the geospatial sector.
No, it's a good point. It's a good point.
Yep.
Ken, how about on the West Coast? Do you folks do much work in the States, and what are your thoughts on that question?
Yeah, regarding work in the States, we do have a fairly impactful footprint in the not just Northwest, the Western states, so like Montana, Idaho, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, some of California. I think lately in the Southeast United States as well, the odd project here and there. But I think with regards to that question, I think that's more of a CBC question for me.
Yeah, yeah. We have another question, and I'll just put it out there to any of you. The question is, they'd like to hear our thoughts on satellite-based LiDAR technology, such as NewView, or other similar advances expected in the next few years. And I must admit, I don't think NewView was on my future mission slide, and I'm afraid I don't know much about it. I paid a fair bit of attention to the ICE sat and wanted to try to. I was involved in a project in Dominica, and as Mark described, the low cloud cover being a constant problem, and basically a Canadian LiDAR company was having a heck of a time trying to finish the project. So we looked at ICESat as a possibility of getting satellite-based laser measurements and so forth, but the way the track and the profiling along the track, it wasn't going to work out for us. But does anybody have any comment or any knowledge around the NewView mission?
I can try something on this one.
Great.
Well, for us, it has the potential to be a very exciting technology to use in our strategy, and like if it sees the light of day in I don't know how many years, but what I understand of that is that it would provide a highly frequent LiDAR coverage of the whole planet a couple of times a year. So that's my understanding of it. So I think for regions, more remote, there's this map that we're always showing in our presentation, with the north and the south being LiDAR and north being satellite imagery. Maybe it's a potential new technology for the in-between, right? It might be something very, very interesting for us to cover the remaining portions of our strategy in future years. Who knows? Maybe. So we're keeping an eye on that and really we learn as it goes, and we'll see in future years. There's always the matter of licensing that can applies to these type of data. We are at the government of Canada, at least at the moment, really dealing with open data. So every LiDAR that we acquire, and most of the provinces, except one, are acquiring LiDAR that's open, completely open. So what will be the business model with regards to the licensing of this LiDAR data in the future with NewView? We'll see, but it might be something that's a bit not aligned with what we are dealing with typically. So just more questions than answers, but we are looking at this, and hopefully we'll play with the data in a few years.
Yeah, I just was looking at it briefly. So it's a private firm looking to have a constellation of satellite-based LiDARs up there. So thank you very much for the question. Another question. Also, Array Labs is launching a radar-based constellation, creating 3D data as well. So, you know, the commercialization of the space sector is really taking off, and you know, it for me, I find it difficult to keep up with all of that literature as far as what what's coming in the future. But it's something that I'm glad our viewers are and bringing to our attention. Any other comments regarding the space side of things?
Yeah. So this whole revolution of LEO satellites and the low cost satellites. I gave you an example from 10 years ago. You know, it's sort of the field of dreams. Build it and they will come. When you have the capability in the global data sets or wide area data sets, people find uses. They completely change the way they do things. One example was the agriculture department in Mexico. An outfit, I think it was public-private, put up 120 small sats, and they were getting daily images, not high resolution, but daily images and spectral to the Department of Agriculture for Mexico for that kind of management. So NewView is this great, it's this neat, ambitious, as you were talking about, Charles, you know, sort of it'll be a mid-range LiDAR available anywhere. Who knows what the licensing and cost model is going to be, but there many parts of the world are going to be able to have the capabilities that, you know, the some areas had through local consortiums, airborne, you know. So build it and they will come. That's getting that way with GNSS. The LEO satellite systems like Zona Systems, they're building a low Earth orbit positioning system satellite constellation. You got these imaging ones. There's actually several that are LiDAR based aspirationals, and the radar in the INSAR side of the radar. Yeah, we're just going to be flooded with more data, or have more available, and that means better decisions will be made. The price point of getting that will go down because there's going to be a flood of it, and then people are going to find or do applications that just were not practical at all with the existing data sources.
Yeah, no, it's I mean, I presume, I'm curious whether people have said this throughout time. You know, it's an exciting time to be in this industry. Presumably, people have been saying that as things have gone on, but I really feel like it is in the geospatial side. I guess Alex had some technical issues and had to step off and was trying to get back on. And I see our ultimate host, Jonathan, has popped up on the screen. I think we're near the end of our panel discussion, but maybe I'll just allow one more final thoughts from any of the panelists along the area.
Kenneth, did you want to go? I would have maybe something to say. Sure. I think the NewView constellation, the niche that they are aiming for is a bit different than what we are seeing with the higher density airborne lidar data that we are seeing we have seen in the last couple of years, 30 or 40 pulses in cities and these type of things. I think this will stay. New View is aiming, if I remember correctly, at something like two pulses per square meter as a basis. So they're not aiming for high density. It will be more in the sense of highly frequent, more frequent data, but with lower pulse density. So it's a bit of the difference here.
Interesting. Ken, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I think I would like to echo what I said before, the convergence of aerial mapping technology and RPAS mapping technology, with regards to the new BV laws regulations and, pilot licensing regulations with flying drones up to 150 kilos. It's I think there will be a merging of technologies or convergence of technologies there, whether or not we can swap one out to the other, or is it, I don't think it's something where an RPAS will completely replace a helicopter, or a helicopter will replace an RPAS, or like a drone RPAS thing, right? So I think there's going to be a lot of complementary use cases that can come out from these things. And I'll be excited to see what type of use cases that would.
Yeah, no, it's interesting from sort of from the small scale drone up versus the satellite down. It's a real convergence. Gavin, I'll give the last word to you on the panel.
Oh, okay. The R&D that's going into multi-sensor stacks for the autonomous vehicle market and robotics, even though that's going to take longer to get to full autonomy than people think, but the investment in that R&D and what they're coming up with, that already is greatly improving what we can do on the geomatic side. So the idea, and then using the different sensors to stabilize improve the quality and remove outliers of the other sensors. We're already seeing that on mobile mapping systems. Like one that was really impressive was like the Leica TRK. You could put the big, gigantic terrestrial scanners on it, but the SLAM on it is used mainly for SLAM stabilization, along with the IMU. So multi-sensor stacks, that's actually, I got asked, that's the next one I got to research. So
Okay. Well, we look forward to next year. Jonathan, how are you doing? I hope you enjoyed the day as much as I have.
Absolutely. Great day. Everybody's done wonderful. A lot of great talks. Huge thank you to our gold sponsor, NV5, Sven. Zeos, our silver sponsor. Great talks there. Tim, you did a great job. I think you're getting better every year. Pleased with everything.
Job.
Yeah, great job. And thank you to the panelists, Gavin, Ken, Charles. We lost Alex for some tech difficulties. I also want to thank the back-end team that's out there. Tanya, Anasuya, Amalewa, Mackenzie, Tessa. It's quite a big group that puts these things together. We really appreciate their efforts. Thank you all for doing this. It's going to be up on YouTube in a week or two when we can get it up. And hopefully we're actually going to see if we can get some of our volunteer writers to write some articles about the different talks that have come out.
Well, I want to thank you, Jonathan, for your continued leadership in the field, and thanks for organizing this, and hats off to Tessa and that crew back there. I wouldn't venture doing this if I didn't know they had my back so well, if I make mistakes or start a little late or let things go too long. So another great event, Jonathan. Thank you. And thank you to all the previous speakers that presented earlier in the day, and of course to the panelists, and including Alex, who had to step off. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Hopefully I'll see you at GeoIgnite in Ottawa, May.
Sounds good.
Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.